Morning. Welcome to Left Undone, Incomplete Investigations. I'm Kathy. Welcome, everybody. It is a Saturday with Verdict Watch. Crazy. Let me turn down my music and let's see who's in the chat. All right, here we go. Good morning, Kalimera PLM. Good morning. I need to brush up right now. I should have got less than 4 weeks away on that. Brush up on my Greek, my very limited Greek. Let's see. Floor, how are you? Flash fan, good morning. Fun to cruise, good to see you. Diana M. Oh, thank you for the compliment. I appreciate that. Yep, my thumbnails. Hopefully they're getting better, not worse, but they're kind of fun now, especially when there's new pictures that come out. So those Associated Press pictures really helped me get a new Chad photo. I miss Rita. For some reason, I'm nervous. I hope it goes too quick to wonder if Judge will give Chad a good talking to like he did Lori. I hope so. Can't wait to hear what he has to say. Now I have them up. It's just still the outside of the courthouse that's showing right now on my screen, but I will share in a minute. Good morning, X-Files. Celie, how are you this morning? Diane Hannah. Today is the day. I hope so too. Goodness gracious. Kind of nervous. Yeah, me too. Just because I thought they would have had it yesterday. But then, I'm an impatient person, so I just assume everybody else is like, okay, let's vote. Okay, let's go. We're on the same page, right? Yep. Okay. I'm having my first cup of coffee. And I saw you say this, the X-Files. You've got up early this morning and went and picked wild raspberries to make jam from them. Yum. Yum. When I lived up in Oregon, the blackberries were everywhere. They grew crazy everywhere. So today is the day. What will we have happen today? Let's hope something. Hi, Allison. Nothing yet. We're waiting. The jury should be deliberating on the death penalty phase. They're going to decide if Chad is going to live the rest of his life behind bars or if he's going to be put to death. So, hi, Emily. This show on the road, right? Let's get this show on the road. I bet Chatty Boy pooped his diaper. Oh my gosh. So I'm curious to see do you think he'll be in, if they do come back today, let's pray they do. Do you think he'll be in jail clothes today? I do. I think yesterday they didn't change him because they didn't leave, but I think he'll be in his shackles. I mean, he is a convicted triple murderer at this point. Triple. Conspiracy and actual M-word. Wonder how everybody at CrimeCon's doing. Haven't seen Lori Day this morning. Check in. Still feeling a little left out of CrimeCon, but I couldn't have worked out better to keep me distracted from missing that because we have this going on here with all of you. Oh, Celie, thank you. You do an amazing job. I'm sure you're an awesome nurse, but would be awesome if you could do this full time. I'm here to support you if that's what you like. Oh, thank you so much. I would love to do this full time, but I don't think it could ever pay my bills. Maybe. I mean, if all of a sudden my channel became incredible, but I'd have to be doing this live stream and videos constantly when I don't know. I don't know how it works, to be honest. It's been a slow growth. You were surprised he was in street clothes yesterday? I feel like they didn't send him back to the jail. Like they just let him sit in the courthouse jail cell yesterday, and then they didn't change his clothes. But he didn't have anything different on, right? They said on court TV that Pryor will make sure he's not in jail clothes. Okay, Pryor. Whatever. Whatever, buddy, whatever. Right? He's already been convicted. Lori had to. Let's see. After thinking about this, I think the jury is taking a long time to come back with verdict because they are weighing the pros and cons. Yeah. Someone's holding out. Someone must be holding out. Maybe sleeping on it will help, but now I think we'll probably see life instead of death. Hmm. I just want to see whatever. I just want to see Chad's face, um, be disappointed, and whatever one he wants, I don't want him to get. Like if he wants to life in prison, he's gonna be happy. He is never getting out of prison. That dude is back behind bars for the rest of his days. Can you imagine having to give up your life in your mid-50s and go to jail forever, just because of your lust for a woman named Lori Vallow, your greed for money? It's looking like next year it's going to be in Denver. CrimeCon. So if you're in the chat and you're new here, we are just waiting on the verdict if Chad is going to get life in prison or if he is going to be sent to death row. So that's the big thing. Yesterday, the jury deliberated after they came back with their guilty verdict. Chad will be in jail for the rest of his days. He'll never see the light of day again. But we are waiting now for the next phase of the jury's part in this trial, which they alone, the jurors, have to decide his fate. Will he be on death row or will he have life in prison without the possibility of parole? Either way, it's win-win. So to me, it doesn't really matter. I just want whatever one Chad doesn't want. You know what I mean? Um, Good morning. People were saying on court TV that since Chad didn't speak at sentencing, Ray were saying that he appears to want death penalty. If he gets a death penalty, he will be locked down 23 hours a day. I think that he would like that better than to deal with murders and appears. Yeah, I think so too. I was talking about this yesterday. There's a Netflix series about people on death row and like they actually wanted to be there. That was where they wanted to be. Let me see. Allison, frankly, I don't like the idea of state killing someone. Probably not a popular opinion here. Hey, all opinions count. I'm on the fence. I don't know which way I would prefer if I was in that jury's hands or if I was in there making those decisions. I just know how much I can't stand Chad and what he did. And, at this point, I'm so invested that he deserves whatever he doesn't want. Good morning, Rocklist. Death penalty is the easy way out, and he may think so too. On to another probation to be with Lori there. Yeah, if he believes that stuff, I guess so, huh? I'm not sure why he doesn't just take his portal. Right. Many of us feel conflicted about the death penalty. I like it as a negotiating tool for people to plea and just save the money of the trial and the grief of the families for other cases instead of gambling with it. But I don't know if, when it comes down to it, how I really feel if that was the choice and if I was on a jury. They're still just showing the front of the courthouse right now, waiting for Judge Boyce. It says June 1st. June, can you believe it's June? He said he had portals. Where did they go? Portals are missing. They're in Lori's closet, but they had to move out of that house. John Wayne Gacy did an interview decades ago, saying he wanted the death penalty. Hi, Susan Long. Will he be in general population if he gets life? I think that might be pretty bad for him. Oh, too bad. So sad. I am dying for, you know how like later on, Dateline or something actually gets these jailhouse interviews. I would love if Lori and or Chad both went ahead and got one at some point after they were convicted. I believe they can't right now. Lori's still got her trial coming up. Supposed to come up in August, but I doubt it. She is in Arizona waiting to be tried for the murder of her husband, Charles Vallow, and the attempted murder of her nephew-in-law, Brandon Boudreaux. That'll be a good trial to keep following. Hey, Loose Can, how are you? Emily, I'll never forget you calling Chad Mr. Potato Head. He's a potato head. Yeah, all opinions are interesting and food for thought too, right? Death bell is ringing for Daybell. I wonder how Emma slept last night. Do you think anything will come for their perjuring themselves, or are they just like moving on the court? Because it was pretty obvious they perjured themselves, her and Garth. Garth got lost and messed up. Good morning, Trishy. So we are sitting here watching the clock, watching Judge Boyce's channel. I will share it so that you guys don't miss anything if they do show up. I usually start hearing voices first. State versus Daybell. There we go. I'll share that. This is all we see right now, but it says waiting for Judge Stephen Boyce, June 1st, 2024 at 7 a.m., which it is clearly past that now. It's 8:42 in Boise. Maybe they should lock both Chad and Lori up together and see or hear what they had to say. Maybe they might disappear into the portal. Do you think that wanting to receive DP is a form of passive suicidal ideation? Just wondering. Interesting thought. Have you ever tried to reach out to Emma? No, because her husband's mean to me. Was mean to me. She won't talk to me. She's so brainwashed. She won't talk to anybody. But it would be an interesting conversation to have for sure. Being a T-ball special boy only has so much pull. LOL. Yes, Chad, and it's hard. Poor Chad. T-ball. This T-ball was he got how many home runs? I already lost track, but Chad knows. Chad knows how many home runs he got in T-ball. Because everybody gets home runs in T-ball over and over and over and over and over. Because the people in the field don't know what they're doing. Hello. Court is going to work on Saturday. I'm surprised. I know. I guess because the jury's sequestered and they just feel like why waste their time while they're sequestered? Let them work. But I got Emily Daybell Murray, when she testified, she still has the demeanor of a child herself. Yes, she really does. She's not evolved at all into a grown woman. Cloud. Oh my God, Allison's here. That made me think, who thinks Chad will eventually get following of prisoners all believing his BS? Yikes. Oh my God, I hope not. And she's a teacher. Scary thought. Scary thought. Right? I know people keep saying this. They don't want Emma teaching their kids. I'm just wondering if people have pulled her, if the school refuses. It is the end of the year. I'll bet you going into the new in the fall might be an issue. Everyone knows they lied for Chad. What a selfish thing for him to do. They have likely lost their teacher jobs. She is a child who likes to play the victim role. Yeah, there's something definitely with those two. They've been under Chad's thumb and thinks that what Chad says is right, even though, and they're never going to look at it. They're never going to think that their dad had anything to do with this. They're just going to stay ostriches with their head in the sand. Yes, thank you, Ms. Milky the Clown. Thumbs up helps a lot, helps the channel grow. Appreciate it. Blue Dragon Pie, absolutely the most selfish thing. And then his lawyer has the audacity to say he was a great father. Puke, right? He was a great father who just used his children to testify for him and lie on the stand. That's how great of a father he is. Could you imagine? He knows what he did. He knows what he did. And he allowed his kids to go up there, perjure themselves, stick up for him, and lie to protect him. Hope the school moves her into the office for work away from kid contact. Same with Car. The emphasis on T-ball days was so bizarre in that autobiography, and he talked about it in his talks. Poor Tammy, what a bore he must have been. Yeah, no wonder she needed to play games on her phone. Being married to Chad could have been a snooze fest in itself. Her husband, Joseph, yeah, he's a weird dude, really weird dude. She needs to understand her children may do her the same way she did to Tammy. I'm dyslexic, and when I play T-ball, I ran to third base first, but still made a home run. Yeah, the other way, the other way. I remember my kids were playing T-ball. It was so fun. So cute. All right, why is my phone buzzing? Okay. So I'm assuming they all got from their hotel to the court this morning at about 8 o'clock. It's going on 9 now. So either they slept on it and they'll be soon, or they were very much in conflict who wanted to do what. And I imagine if they slept on it, we'll hear soon. If they did not and they wanted to, and they're disagreeing, it might be a long day. People still like blah blah blah. Chad was a great dad. Lori too. Blah blah. Lori was such a great mom. Like raise your standards, people. Right? If that's the definition of a great mom, more everybody's good. I'll tell you that. Chad is not very charismatic. Prisoners have no need to prepare for end times. Considering the brutal nature of the murders of Tylee and JJ, it is hard to believe he will have credibility. Crazy part is, I used to defend Pryor when people would talk bad. However, that all changed when he started body shaming. Yeah, he was a jerk. So rude. And Mr. Body himself is body shaming, like, dude, if you were actually someone in good physical condition yourself, maybe like judgy, but dude, you look like a tomato ready to burst. Your blood pressure is probably about 210 over 110, and you have the biggest beer belly on the planet. So shush, Pryor. I'd love to sit down with the officers and investigators and rewatch that police camera footage. Which one? I wonder how he raised them before to be able to say, my kids know how to keep a secret. Yeah, what kind of secrets were they raising their kids to keep? Isn't that weird? That's just weird. That statement alone is weird. Thank you. Keep hearing what a great mom she was. You don't go from great mom to murdering your children. Yeah. Oh, the Chandler police interview. Lori, good looks allowed this to get as far as it did. Men around her became weak and worthless. Totally. Probably act like he wasn't listening to the victim impact statements too. Such a jerk. I know he was discounting them. He was busy doing other things, fake things, I believe. But what else could he be doing up there? I mean, the party was over at that point. taco stand yesterday, I saw a family with mom who looked so much like Lori. It was very strange. Oh, ooh. Must be hard for those who knew them to admit that missed something so huge. Easier to swear up and down that they changed overnight. You could always be a comedian. You have an awesome sense of humor. You make me laugh so much. Aw. Oh, it's kind of a weird thing in my family. It's really funny is at work. There's you realize, like, you say things like, as a nurse at work, and people start laughing. I'm like, oh, I just blurted out of my mouth. It wasn't mean. It was just, I was so happy when Tammy's sister called out Chad and Pryor for the body shaming. I know that was so good. She did such a good job with that. I'm the same age as Tammy. There's nothing wrong with eating fast food once in a while. And when we went back and listened to Judge Boyce give Lori his talking to yesterday, he basically called out Lori and said, Tammy was a healthy woman. So I cannot wait for him to say the same thing. I hope he says the same thing to Chad. I'm sure he has his notes from Lori. Yes, okay. The Lori, Alex, and Tylee interviews. Yeah, yesterday we watched the Tylee one again. Alex was full baloney. Oh, he hit me on the back of the head. And then the proof that that's how stupid they were. Like, literally, you shot him when he was already down too, buddy, and you're saying it was self-defense. Like, nobody can figure that out. They should have figured that out 5 minutes after it happened. Charles Vallo's side. Pryor was he dealt in the middle of his trial or the beginning of his trial for that, what he did to that young woman. I think some prisoners may respond to being told they are gods with special mission. Hope prison keeps your tabs on what he's doing. Nice. So are they going to be in court and tell us something, or are we just waiting and don't know? We're just waiting. I'm sure they're deliberating. We probably won't. Oh, it switched over. It just switched over. So wonder if something's happening. I was thinking the same thing. I just can't wrap my mind around it. I love true crime because I want to know why people do the things they do. I just can't figure this one out. Seems like there would be a better chance that Tammy's family could reconnect with her children and grandson if he gets life rather than the death penalty. Maybe. I feel so bad for them that they miss those kids and their and Tammy's. That's their connection to Tammy. It's really sad. If I were them, I'd work on, like, Leah. She seemed to be the most broken up during the 48 hours interview. Trying to reach out to her. Start it with the one that seems to be a little more receptive to what had happened. Has everyone seen the video of Tammy in that 2014 school production dancing and goofing around with colleagues? I did not see that. Get ready to hum the Jeopardy theme song. Now it's always what I think about when we're like, do. Cloudwalker, maybe. Prisoners are not very welcoming to people coming in through R&O. That's not streetwise, which is detriment to him figuring out how to make his way. Prison has its own lingo. So good morning, everybody joining us in the chat. We are sitting here on Verdict Watch with Chad Daybell's fate in the hands of the jurors. Will he get the death penalty off to death row, or will he get life in prison? He has been found guilty of the triple murder of Tylee Ryan, JJ Vallow, and Tammy Daybell, his wife at the time, all for money, power, and sex. And the sex is with Lori Vallow Daybell. Gross as it can be. Chad is an idiot, and this is his fate in life now. He always knew there'd be two parts to his life. Well, here it is. This is part two, buddy. Part two. You are behind bars for the rest of your days. So we're just chit-chatting while we're waiting for the court to come on and tell us if the jury has come up with their decision of life in prison or death penalty. Yesterday, there was some really good victim impact statements that are worth watching. You can go back on our stream yesterday and watch it. It's probably about halfway through. I don't know if it gave chapters. I should go put those in. Sometimes it automatically does chapters. I think he wants the death penalty. I don't think he cares. Chad didn't put on any kind of a mitigation at all for this, so they said there were two people insisting they were the next victim, Chad and Zulema. She may have seen possibility that she may be seen as guilty of something. Wonder why. Zulema has a deal. Use immunity. Zulema had immunity for part of her testimony. So I don't know if anybody else did, but if Zulema had use immunity, I'm pretty sure there's at least two other people that would have had use immunity too. Don't you agree? I would believe that Melanie Gibb and Melanie Pulowski have use immunity as well, because I don't see why they would just give it to Zulema. She didn't have anything more powerful to say than they did. And we all want to know why all three of them are not being held accountable for any of this. So looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, in my opinion. Anyone think jury made the decision but wanted to sleep on it and will come in today with the sentence for Chad? That's what I'm hoping happened, that they wanted to sleep on it. Otherwise, it could be a very, very long day if they are conflicted amongst themselves. Cloud Walker. Got to go drive across town, feeding daughter's dogs. Hope I don't miss anything. Have to drive down a mountain with no internet coverage. Oh, all right. Well, be safe. Hurry back safely. Larry and Chad went to Hawaii as if nothing happened. I know. They're just living their best life over there, sitting at the pool, walking around, going to church. Like, are you kidding me right now? I'm surprised your head didn't fall off walking into church after that. Struck down. At Left and Right. Later, if you're looking for video suggestions, again, the little film, no sound, is a 3-minute long, very poignant. Tammy in striped tee. Okay, thank you. Well, they are quacked up, so it fits like a duck. Gayla, I'm suspecting that at least one juror is holding out because it's taking a long time. I don't think the vote was originally unanimous. That's what concerns me. I just don't want it to be a long day. And I just want them to pick whatever Chad doesn't want. It would be interesting to learn the stats of what conviction prisoners are in that particular prison. I can't imagine that prison having a population anything like prisons in California or New York. Probably, well, that makes sense too, right? Solema was probably more truthful than all of them. That's shocking in itself. Yeah, totally. Smiling all the cringe glory. I know. The sitting at the pool, reading visions of glory when the police officer came up, or when they came up to serve her. Like, just sitting there at the pool, getting their little tan on. Like nothing happened. Like they didn't just bury a couple kids. Get married, run off and got married. Oh my goodness, yeah. Using her dead daughter's card of money. So terrible. So terrible. So anyone out there that's new, say hello in the chat, please. We appreciate you all and we're friendly. We like new people in the community. So this is a Left Undone community. I've been having this channel going for 4 years. This is the first case I followed, and I will continue to follow it until there's nothing left to follow. I started following it pretty much before, and I don't think anybody else was following it. There may have been one other YouTube channel following it besides mainstream media, because that's where I found it, on mainstream media. I was like Googling what was an interesting case to follow. It wasn't even interesting at the time. It was just 2 missing kids and 2 missing parents. Boom. Look what we came up with there. 4 years, 4.5, 5 years worth of Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell ruining people's lives, ruining families, ruining people, killing, murdering, and all for power, money, sex, and Chad's stupid books. Started it all. Hi from Sweden. I always wondered what those cops who served Lori in her bikini, her feminine wilds, could help her then. According on a Saturday, it's shocking, isn't it? Yeah. I'm really surprised, because everything else has been like short Friday, go home, see you Monday, maybe. And now it's like, okay, the jury. I imagine it's only because they're sequestered. Like, it would be so unkind to sequester them in a weekend with nothing to do. You know, if I was sequestered, I'd be like, why can't we just talk about this and get this done? He's earned the death penalty, which would take decades, even if he's executed. Exactly. He'll spend 23 hours a day in solitary, away from general population, where he can't infect others with his warped religion. East Idaho News with Nate is where I found it. Hello, all new here watching from Kansas City. Welcome, Kansas City. Casey. I see that's your name. Casey, Kansas City. It only takes one person to not want the death penalty. Nancy Grace said it would be death penalty then, so it's all good. One person. When I found this trial, I didn't jump in right away because I was watching the Ice Cream Man double murder trial in 2020. Sonia from South Africa. Welcome. Thanks for joining us as we sit here and wait for the fate of Chad Guy Daybell. The author. He's an author. Oh, my brother's friend, Chad. He's an author. Yeah, lady, you're married to him, dumbass. Liar. Those cops knew everything, and she's still lying down. That's how. Thank goodness they are the dumbest criminals that ever walked the face of the planet. Like, seriously. Who buries kids in their own yard? Number one. Like, what? They come up with some. I could just imagine Alex, Lori, and Chad thinking about like how this is all going to go down and where they're going to bury them. And Lori being like, let's just bury them in plain sight because people will never look there. Hi, Kathy. I've watched you since the beginning. Yes, you have, Pam. You've done a great job. Love your Afterglow podcast. Thank you. Afterglow. I feel so bad on Afterglow right now because it's so behind. I need to find more time in my days. Thank you very much. Yeah, children's books. Although we've come to the conclusion that Tammy was basically the one writing the children's books, not Chad. They're the only books that really did good. And we've come to the conclusion. PLM. Sorry, you keep hearing me swallow my coffee. Chad Daybell will be very sorry man in prison. I hope so. Emma will possibly try to carry on her daddy's plan. He'll set her up for it. Oh, yeah. Watch out, Joseph Murray. Sleep with one eye open, buddy. Remember? She's already hiding money from you. What else is she hiding? Does she have a secret lover, too? Did she crown somebody the head of the 44,000? Can't take her own husband? Looks like a duck. Quacks like a duck. Would not be surprised. Better watch it, Joseph Murray. Don't eat Burger King and put those games down. Yes, but I really feel sorry for Alex. He had a brain injury and would do anything for Lori, and they took advantage of that. Yes, I know he did horrific things, but he thought he was doing God's will. I agree with you on that one. They used him. They used his weakness. They used his disability, and they allowed him to be their fall guy, and it's sick. I do agree with him. There's an interview I have with, I know a lot of people have heard these other interviews that are just a little more full on Alex with an ex-wife saying really weird stuff. But we do have an interview with one of our subscribers that actually was Alex's girlfriend, fiance for a very long time. And back in the I believe, early 2000s. Anyway, she tells a completely different story about them and a little bit more less dramatic story. But I do have an interview with her somewhere, but on here from back a few years ago. And it's interesting because she knows all of the Vallow family, Lori, Adam, and she dated Alex for a long time. So we could find that at some point for you guys to listen to. I think they wanted Alex to move to Chad's bungalow, and then he would have been the fall guy. When Zalema would not move after they had married, then Alex died and the plan failed. That's why she had to bleach her hair blonde, because only the goddesses could have blonde hair. They have to have blonde hair. Her roots were growing out, though. She needs a touch up. I would be willing to bet that they were ritual murders. I agree with you completely, Christy. I think so too. When I did that, I pulled up that satanic calendar. I couldn't believe how the dates lined up with what they did. And why wouldn't they do it all at once for the kids? There was a reason. There was some ritual or some reason they left a gap between Tylee and JJ. And their wedding day and everything. All those dates that they did things add up in that satanic calendar. It's really scary. And his kids can keep a secret. Yes, they can. We've been told. I also believe Alex's commitment, and that's, as Lori was talking about in her warped speech. Have you heard the YouTube interview with Taylor Hill? He's the friend of Mark, whose family was building the house. Wasn't getting completed. It was interesting. No, I don't think I've heard that. I still think there's something going on with that mattress in the cozy cone that Chad told Emma to take. Was it evidence? Was Tammy killed on it? You can take that mattress from upstairs and bring it down and put the books back on the shelf. It was something like that, right? Adam Cox says that all that stuff that Alex's ex-wife was saying, lying about all the stuff she said. Yeah, it doesn't fit with the story that we heard from a person that I've gotten to know very well here on my channel that we did the interview with. It doesn't fit at all. I mean, it definitely got more noticed because it's drama. Drama gets noticed. It's more, but it's very different from what the story of the person that I've gotten to know here has given us about Alex. But, you know, Alex, Lori, they didn't care that I'm sure they offed Alex. They made him do it himself, whatever, but they used him until they didn't need him anymore. And he was dumb enough to fall for it. Just like Emma, she's following blindly and she's dumb enough to fall for it. She's not using her own brain. And, you know, she got used to sit on, Chad used them to take the stand in his defense so he didn't have to. How sick is that? And they're still loyal to him? Loose can, I agree. Something went on with Alex, that poison, something to make him die like that. They think Rexburg is a new Babylon. Yeah, it's weird. I'd love to know what hold Lori had on Idaho Police Department for it to take so long to arrest them. Well, I think it wasn't necessarily that. They ran off. When they started doing the welfare check in November, because Kay was like, we hadn't talked to our grandson. They got married in November. Tammy died in October. The kids were already gone and missing, but by the time the welfare check came around, it was the end of November. And as soon as the welfare check came, they ran off to Hawaii. They went right back to Hawaii and head out. But the police knew they were in Hawaii. That's why they gave Nate the heads up when they were going to go serve Lori there. Fun to cruise. What I don't get is, did they never think anybody's going to ask about the kids, even if it didn't happen? Even if it didn't happen right then? Yeah, I'm super curious. Like, Lori was just going to be able to be like, have Tylee's phone and text Colby, never let Tylee talk to Colby. It's, again, I think they're really stupid criminals. Yes, Arizona police that showed them favor. Exactly. I think that's what you meant. The Arizona police did a terrible job that day that Charles was shot. They should have arrested him. They should have held Alex that day for sure. They should have held Alex and investigated more. There was a bullet in Charles when he was laying down, when he's already shot down. So they didn't investigate at all. They just drove him on in, talked to them all, brought him on back, let him have a pool party, and moved on. And then all this other stuff winds up happening literally weeks later. I think they could have trapped her under the mattress and crushed the ring from her. That is absolutely a possibility. Okay, but for JJ, they had to wait for his first Social Security check to come, so they knew that was coming after Charles was killed. Ooh, true, true, true. True, true, true. I also wonder someday if we find out Alex was a Walking Dead fan and unalived himself like a character did on the show when he was infected by a walker. Remember, one of Lori's email addresses was L Walker or Lori Walker. Chad and his originality, again, movies, shows. She's always getting into it with Gray Hughes. They're like brothers and sisters. She goes by LM Lover. She's crazy. What are we talking about? Thinks Alema aided in Alex's death. She had experience in chemicals. I really think they found something that wouldn't show up in his autopsy. Yeah, I think so too. Remember, Lori insisted on her speedy trial. You have to file charges to hold them. You have to gather a lot of evidence to prove the case. You can hold them for 48 hours, though, I believe, without charging them. So they didn't even hold them for 48 hours to look into it more. They could have let him go if they had nothing after that point. But just to take him down there and bring him right back seems very bizarre. So if Zalema is to be believed, and it's a stretch, Alex appeared to be coming to the conclusion that things were not right. How did he continue to be used? I don't know. I mean, we have so many questions still. They talked a lot about people got search warrants and went through so many messages. Percy, lay down. The story Zalema told about the tarp, oil, and hotel room. I'd be willing if the two was flipped. We would be closer to understanding what happened. Was malachite mixed in the oil ingested? Sean told him to shut up because he doesn't have kids. I said, damn girl, you're brave. Nobody talks to him like that in States. Oh, you guys are talking about another channel. The movie Frozen comes to mind. Emma even had Frozen character look with the blonde hair and said inside braid when she testified. Garth referred to his mom as Frozen. Yes, so weird. Weird, 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 weird. I also wondered if Lori and old Alex have been in bed together. Yeah, weird thought, though. So, ugh. I bet they decide today. Hi, Leighton. Poor jurors have to be exhausted. I can't only imagine. She was. She worked for the sheriff's department. If I was the jurors, I'd be like, I don't know what I'd be like. I'd want to go home. I'm going to go home and have this over and done with, be able to talk to my family about it finally and decompress. You know, those poor people have been there since April 1st. April 1st. They haven't been able to talk to their family about any of this. Chad was just living a storyline. He was writing in his head. He wanted Lori to himself. He's like the emperor's new clothes. Guess what, Chad? You're naked, and we all can see that itty bitty storm. Let's see. Hey, Christian, how are you? Has Julie Rose spoke out since the verdict? I don't know. She's pretty active on TikTok, but I don't follow her. 2 months of this, right, Leighton? April 1st. It's now June. So, I don't know. Too bad we can't get updates from the court. Like they should have a ticker going across their screen. We should put one on ours. I think I have one from yesterday. Let me see. There we go. 4.5 years. I know. I read about the malachite gemstones, and it's the dust that can be toxic if inhaled because it was copper. That's why it's green. And people who polish it must use a respirator. I don't know about ingesting it. Yeah, I did a whole video on malachite way back when and how dangerous it can be and what they possibly could have done with it. I'm still suspicious of the malachite thing because they're very symbolic. And why did they need those malachite rings? There's something about malachite that means something to them. Jury is going to need therapy. I already said the jury was crying yesterday. John Pryor calling Chad a small town boy. Small minded. Hi, Ruby Ray. Good morning or good afternoon. Nothing new yet. Miss Gala, as a kid, it was my dream to be an officer, but I'm too little. I'm big in my mind, but in my body, not so much. I hate I didn't go ahead and do at least something in law enforcement. Just a small town boy. Don't ruin the song. I hope Emma and Joe never need to call the local police for help, or if they do, maybe they would change their opinion of law enforcement. Oh, they'll call them when they need them, right? They're going to talk smack on him, but then call them when they need him. The police would not be coming around if Chad didn't do something evil. Totally. That was all Emma saying that cop was lurking in the eavesdropping on her in the gym, a little paranoid much there. Was there something to hide there, Emma? Because from what I understand, that was before they even found the kids' bodies. Remember, Emma said Chad didn't like dogs. Wonder if that's why Lori tried to sell the fur baby so Chad wouldn't get rid of it. Possibly. I would not be surprised. He doesn't like dogs. He doesn't like kids. Living in a portal. Living in a portal world. Now you're singing with me. He's a small town boy. Living in a border world. Oh, my Steve Perry I was gonna marry him when I was young in my mind. I had posters of him all over my room. Nate said last night, Summer submitted a written statement. I wonder about others. Will we ever hear them? Oh, interesting. That song was stuck in my head when Pryor was up there singing Chug's praises. Did the police department ever find out who shot at Lori's cousin's husband? Are we talking about Melanie's husband, Brandon Boudreaux? It was Alex. Alex did the shooting, but somebody else was in that car driving. And he's a poor shot. Remember, he misses all the time. But it was Alex. And Lori's going to jail, in jail, waiting trial for that too. Because she was involved. Miss Rita, also to upset and uproot everything that supports JJ as a means of validation of being overtaken and being a zombie. I know, horrible. Think about that. That sweet little boy. Too bad you didn't. Many women in my department were extremely small. It's about training. And with me, I had the mind over matter attitude. Yeah, it was Alex. Alex did it. They conned Alex into that one. They conned Alex into a lot of things because Alex thought that he believed them 100% that he was crowned part of the 144,000. That's why he wound up with Zalema. Both of those two believed them. They're nonsense. Blessed and highly favored. Hi, welcome. The trial has been so emotional. I felt like I was on a roller coaster ride. Totally. How do you know when someone else was in the car? Because of the way that it was explained, the way that the car was sitting, and the way that it drove off. When you listen to Brandon talk about it, and I know more stuff will come out in the trial, but it was parked the wrong way, and the person that shot at him shot out through the back. They had taken the Jeep tire off. So when it went to drive off, somebody else was driving. There had to be. But we'll see when the trial comes, because I'm sure we'll get a lot more info. There's probably more doorbell camera stuff. Ouch. Sorry, I just got a cramp in my toe. Ow. You're not late, Ruby. This is a hurry up and wait day. So I'm very curious to see what kind of evidence they have. It was that Jeep. It was registered to Charles Vallow. Tylee wasn't driving it. There's all that evidence of them taking that Jeep tire up in the storage unit in Rexburg out and then putting it back in when Chad pats Lori's behind. So I think both Mels believed them and possibly still do. Melanie P and Melanie G were both very gullible when it came to this whole situation. If Alex was in the back of that Jeep, I'd be curious to find out who the driver was, since apparently Brandon had dropped the kids off with Melanie. Yeah, who was driving? Zalema? No. I don't know. Not Zalema. I'm curious. I want to see what comes out in the trial, because I think we'll learn a lot more in the trial. Thank you, Chris Frazier. I appreciate that. No one read Summer's letter, probably because they had 9 already and they wanted to get the jury into deliberations. Absolutely, it was another driver. I'm on the fence. Which was the shooter, MP or Alex? She's a sharpshooter like Alex. That's true. She knows how to shoot. The statements of the 9 penalty witnesses were read into the record of the hearing. They all said their statements were written into the record. Oh, okay. I think they took the passenger seat out so that Alex could move quickly back into the driver's seat. But wouldn't we have seen that in that security camera too, in the storage unit? When we've seen them take that out, they took the back seat out. We saw that. They took the back seat out. I mean, maybe he could have jumped back up after he shot, get into the front seat and take off. I mean, it's possible. I still think there was a getaway driver, though. Oops. All right, let's see. I'm really interested in learning more too. All we learn leaves more questions than we got answers. No, true. I thought the tire was off so that while he was driving, he could turn around and have a clear shot. That's how I interpreted it. I think the tire was off because it blocks the window. He had to be in the back of the Jeep. So would he have been quick enough to climb back to the front seat and pull away? I mean, you're shooting to kill. I don't know. We may never know. Brandon was shot at in October. I think they got married in November. Yeah, they were trying to kill Brandon the same time they were trying to kill Tammy. So if there was someone that was driving, was it Chad? Yeah, could be. I hope so too. Kayla. I guess there's like this, they look like normal people kind of thought going on there, like, oh, and then Lori and her stupid, my husband was, mean, horrible Charles. He was after me. My brother's my protector, and he was trying to protect me from my mean, horrible, soon-to-be ex-husband, blah, blah, blah. So many questions still. We just sat through this trial, and it'll be really interesting when Lori's trial comes. The Arizona trial. There's a lot of stuff in those FOIA docs. I haven't even been through them all, but there is a lot of info in there. I got to grab my water. Be right back. I have the feeling some of the jurors want the death penalty. This is why it's taking so long to make a decision. Yep, some do and some don't. I suppose that's what's going on. But basically, when I went over the rules, the law says that he should get the death penalty. So I don't know. If only Tammy could have read Charles' emails. I figured Chug intercepted them, though. I think he did, because he was warned that they were coming. Well, she's my friend and she won't talk to you, Lori tells Charles. And we know Tammy probably didn't have secrets. So whatever, we can all, I don't know if we can all, but I can access my work stuff from my home computer, my email and stuff. So Chad could have totally intercepted that. Chandler PD was falling for Alex's BS as well. Yep. They also have the right to spare his life, even with the law. Yes, they do. So it's up to them. They can decide. Glad I'm not in their position. Glad I'm not in their position. You know? They are taking a long time. So if they start at 8 o'clock, what time is it? Hour and a half in. I'd be willing to bet that the two Melanies and possibly Zelema will surface again. I'm not convinced they've changed their direction in life, particularly in their beliefs. I think a lot of it is secret squirrel beliefs right now. You know, they can still deadlock. It's up to Judge Boyce. Oh, okay, wait. Freshman. They can still deadlock. It's up to the jury. Boyce can instruct them that the death penalty is on the table. We can't tell them what to vote for. Okay. Okay. Do you think Emma and Garth will be charged? I'm curious, but I have a feeling they will not. I'd charge them if it was up to me, though. They were so blatantly lying. I go back and forth. I feel he wants the death penalty, so I feel inclined to give it to him. Fun to cruise. No matter what he gets, he won't be in main population anytime soon, I wouldn't think. Hi, Refry. Where are you? I didn't even see you. Oh, there you are. Duh, I just read it. I just read your, maybe I need a second cup of coffee. I think they'll be happy with guilty. They won't charge kids. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna. I think they're gonna move on. We'll see, though. Too bad California has a moratorium on the death penalty here. I agree. There's a lot of people on death row here that honestly deserve it. Current fear, the image of John Pryor stuck in my head with him singing karaoke, Don't Stop Believing, Just a Small Town Boy. Oh, please, you're ruining the song for me. It's one of my favorite songs, my favorite bands of all time. Hey, hi. Poor Eisenhower's a oh gosh, Pryor. So is I think there was one letter for Lori's trial. Judge said he would read it, but only in private. So either Summer was making stuff up to Nate, who knows, or because she's no longer Tylee's rep. She passed the baton to Annie, right? Oh, Susie. And they shared passwords, so it would have been so easy for Chad to get in her email, except for when they shared the, when he got the Cholo password. Chad and Lori, Cholo. So cute, aren't they? Tammy didn't know about the Cholo password. Creepy Chad. So original. Oh, Lord have mercy. I ordered a dress to try on Amazon for the wedding I'm going to. I'm sorry, I got distracted here because they're sending me a message. Let us know when you're going to need the dress. Well, it said it would be delivered this week. So I need it this week. Probably should cancel that one. Buy a formal dress that's not going to get here in time. Okay. The part of the sentence that makes it hard is Chad's life appearing so normal prior to meeting Lori. I don't buy that, as I think he drove a lot of evil for a very long time beforehand. Yeah. I think his whole motivation was full of lies to make money on his stupid books. And he saw that books were making money for other people, and he wanted that too. And people gave him a little bit of like celebrity. I'm a celebrity. I'm Chad Daybell. And then when Lori came along and sucked up to him, his head blew up, and he invented his storm and all that other crap that he did. Order took 2 months together for, oh God. I don't have 2 months. The wedding's at the end of the month. So I got to have the dress. That's like the third one I've tried to order. I should just go to Macy's or something. Lori's life was normal prior to meeting Chad. It definitely went both ways. Two evil forces colliding. semi-normal. She had her brother try to kill Joe Ryan. They already stun gunned him, threw him in the back. They were going to throw him in the back of the car and take him out to the desert and kill him. You're at a family gathering. You can't pay full attention. That's okay. It's Saturday. TGIS. I think Chad and Julie had a thing going until Lori came to the picture. She's a woman scorned. I would not be surprised. That it just too much looks like a duck, quacks like a duck again. One of those things, right? Yes, she did. When you read all those legal documents, and I put them all into my Afterglow podcast, Lori was making stuff up. She was brainwashing your children into believing that Joe was this horrible person, and she's full of crap. She gave that man a hard time, for real. Fashion designer. From the Netherlands, welcome. We are all doing just great. I'm waiting on pins and needles for them to get back. I hope this doesn't take all day. There's things to do, places to go, people to see. I'm sure that the jurors want to go home worse than we do. So, I mean, we are home. I am home. So, if you think 5 marriages are normal, the impact on children's lives are greatly impacted by men moving in and out of the home in our state. The Supreme Court calls that the watershed effect. Interesting. Well, Lori just finds people. She likes to, I think every marriage. Okay, so the first one was short-lived. It was a high school boyfriend. Then she met Colby's father. She caused a lot of havoc with that. She didn't even put his name on the birth certificate. They wound up getting separated, divorced quickly. I believe she had met Joe Ryan in that period of time. And then with Joe Ryan, she met Charles. And she actually wound up, I believe she cheated on Joe Ryan with Charles. Do you think Chad's adult children may be backed up and no showing to talk on behalf of their dad yesterday? Do you think I just think they don't want to go in front of the public. And Chad probably told them not to. He didn't want to hear what they had to say because he knows he's a big fat liar. He just needed them for their testimony. He doesn't need them anymore. They already got convicted, right? And he should not have been there. She was so removed. I was actually a bit annoyed by her testimony, and I think Kobe was too. She was definitely removed. She's tried to stay relevant in a lot of ways. You know, I did think her testimony was pretty good, talking about Tylee as a young person and stuff. But I think the fact that she's attacked the Woodcocks, she lost a lot of respect and credibility from me. I don't think a victim who is an aunt can make a statement. That's why they could only do it if they were legal reps. Larry didn't do a statement, correct? The whole who can, who can't speak is so confusing. Yeah, it's true. I think Colby would have been enough, because he's the sibling, just like Tammy's siblings were all able to speak. So I don't know how they got to do what they got to do. The problem is these jurors were well informed in selection process that this was a death penalty level trial, and they had to say yes, they could deal with that. And if it came to it, apparently not now. Yeah, that's bizarre because I listened to them, Lord Dyer them, and they made a big deal out of that this is a death penalty case. I know I've learned that if I ever run into a fat, forced, self-proclaimed end of days prophet and his flaky sidekick fanatic girlfriend, I am not going to be friends with them. Nah. Good point. Good point. After this, Chad and Lori and visit each other in their stainless steel jail cell portal potty. I think it depends on the judge who can speak. There's definitely been trials where Aunt spoke at sentencing. Yeah, it seems kind of basically in the hands of the judge, right? I feel like they didn't want to face their family. Yeah, they didn't want that makes sense too. They did not want to sit there and listen to their aunts and uncles say how their family's broken because of Chad and how they don't even have a relationship. And the kids didn't go to their grandmother's funeral. Think about that. They didn't go to Tammy's mom's funeral. That has to be embarrassing for them to face the family after that. Like, how disrespectful. Let's see. I suspect it's because they feel that's such a heavy responsibility to take up upon themselves that they're picking through all of them, my minutia of what makes a death penalty versus what they have. I agree, Tanya. I completely agree. I've had my moments with Annie. I respect her knowledge and her ability to put information together. But when she went after Chad or Ty, oh my God, Kay and Larry, I was like, ah, don't you attack my Kay and Larry. Those people, this would never even been this far. Those bodies would still be in the backyard if it wasn't for Kay and Larry. During the jury interview process, some of the people said they would have a very difficult time choosing a death penalty, and they were picked to continue. Evil Queen, you're gonna leave me. I'm gonna leave you on my TV all day, no matter how long it takes. I'm glad I found you guys. Welcome. We're glad you found us too. Has anyone heard of Colby's case was dropped when he was arrested for his wife? Don't they automatically go to list? I believe everything was dropped, from what I understand. I feel like those two just had so much stress going on in their lives. Young family used to have the support, financial support of Lori and Charles, and they've really tried. They're back doing their channel again. I saw them pop up a couple times. They're back doing their YouTube channel. Colby is, but Lady in Black. Who cares about his fate? He did not care about innocent kids' fate. He cut their life short playing God, deciding who gets to live and die. He's an atrocious being. He is an atrocious being. He's a horrible person. You're so right about Larry and Kay. I find Larry over the top and he enjoys a celebrity, but without them, he's a showman for sure. Larry is definitely a showman. Do you think Pryor will kick Emma to the curb and sell the house? I do. I believe he will. I do. Casey, I agree that Chad was on an extremely wayward path, driving evil long before Lori. But when Lori and Chad came together, they were evil on steroids. Absolutely. Kay is JJ's rep. I think that's why she could speak. She went through a lot to be able to speak. I did remember that. Leave the cat alone. Go lay down. Leave the cat alone. I'm not familiar with this. Here in California, convicted SA must register at a supervisor court or as an officer. Your dog barked when my dog barked. Yeah, the cat comes out and then he wants to play with Percy. Lulu just thinks she's the sheriff. She's my Yorkie. She's 11. And so if she sees them playing, she tries to break it up because she thinks that's a problem. It is very weird. So the cat and the dog, the pug, Percy, and the cat like to play. But Lulu, whatever goes on in her little mind, thinks that she needs to break it all up. And so she barks. Colby truly believes he was abused by Joe. That's why he doesn't like Annie. I believe he believes that. there is such a thing as false memories, and I don't know those people, and I know that we've been told that Joe wasn't a great guy overall, but I just really feel like, um, Lori embellished that more than I feel like Lori lied, and it became a false memory. Anyone else feel like John Pryor was unsung hero of this trial? No one liked him, so automatically no one liked Chad. It was almost like he was counter lawyering. Oh, I agree. He rubs me the wrong way, and I feel like he rubbed a lot of those jerk. He would rub a lot of people think he's just a weirdo jerk, you know. So yeah, I think that his stupid personality, trying to act all nice, but it was fakey fake. People can read people, you know. There's a lot of people in this world that can read you. They can read your body language, they can read you. And I I feel like I read people really well, and I do not like the guy, and I don't like the way when he would come off the podium when we were in court when I was there that day, and he would like glare at the jury, and then he'd flip his head, and as he's walking back to his sit next to Chad, he would kind of like look at us like with this weird look on his face and make eye contact with everybody in the gallery. It was weird. Gave me the heebie-jeebies. I don't. And so I automatically would be like, I don't like your client because I don't like you. I didn't like his lawyering. Like, his personality is just bizarre, creepy, weird. That's my opinion. Just my opinion. He was doing his job though. But I would think that you would want to come across, if you were a criminal defense attorney, you would want to come across as charismatic and personable, and that someone that people like, right? And you got to pick and choose who you're going to go after on the stand. You don't go after the wrong people that, I don't know. It didn't take me anything extra to make me despise Chad. True point. Good point. Good point. Good point. Good point. Good point. My cat would break up my dogs playing because she thought they were fighting. Yeah, they're so funny. Like they put themselves in charge. My Yorkie's the one that's in charge. She thinks she is anyway. So funny. East Idaho News website says jurors have been deliberating for nearly 7 hours. Yeah, they did. They went for a long time yesterday. I mean, what time did we log off here? It was pretty late. I don't like him, and he was arrested for art. Yep, that was an automatic no. And he settled that. And the story when I looked it up was like, ooh, dude, you are creepy. I just picture it's like one of those creepy, like casting couch creepy weird scenarios. He didn't have much to go on. You're right. There wasn't a lot there to defend, was there? Especially when, he brought on Emma and Garth as if they were going to tell how sick their mom was after it had already been proven that she was not ill at all. It just made him look bad. And like Lori said, our Lori Day, she said when Garth was up there, she said, Emma was just a jerk and a liar, basically. But Garth, she said it was kind of just got a really sad feeling from him that he was just, she said it was really sad. I guess you'd have to be in the room. But I kind of got that by when he got really quiet and he was like, wait, say that again. And when he messed up his lines, basically about which car and everything. So I think at this point, Garth knows that. I mean, they looked at Garth for perjury. So how nervous could he be? Very probably. But he still has to lie. I mean, he got himself in a pickle. John Pryor did an excellent job, but even he knew Chad was guilty. I don't know, like Chad, I feel like he should have known that Chad was guilty, but I don't know. I feel like yes, he did his job, and his whole point, if I was a criminal defense attorney, my whole point would be that I'd want to put out food for thought, like, well, what about this? Or could it have been this? Or just to get that reasonable doubt. not to sit there and attack people. But I don't know. I didn't go to law school. I went to nursing school, so I'm nobody. Barbara, I think Emma and Chad used the haunting as their place as an excuse for her to move into that house and get rid of any other hidden evidence. I worked at the Superior Court for 7 years and I've viewed many trials. The defense attorneys were just as good as the prosecutors, some even better. And I think I've watched some that have decent personalities, you know, and people can, honestly, when I was on a jury, the defense attorney, they were public defenders, both of them, or they worked, prosecutor was like a junior prosecutor. It wasn't a huge case by any means, but anyway, I was on the jury, and then the defense attorney was a public defender, and she was personable. Like I liked her. I liked the way she came across. I liked the way she defended her client, and we decided this guy was not guilty. If she would have been a jerk with a really crappy attitude, I don't know if it would have made a difference. Maybe we looked at the evidence, but I have more of an open mind with somebody up there that isn't a, jerk than somebody that is a jerk. I don't think it does them a good service to have a jerky lawyer. You can be a nice person and defend somebody. You can come across as personable and defend a creep. Pryor probably gets involved in the first place. It would suck not to be able to throw in the towel when he was wanting to step out. He was very cruel and inappropriate in his defense. It's natural to dislike the lawyers, but there's always two sides. You got to dislike one. But honestly, when I was on a jury, and again, it was not a murder trial, I thought both of the attorneys were good and seemed like kind, nice people doing their job. Didn't get that rub me the wrong way feeling from either of them. Hello to all the new people. Yes, Stacy, say hello to everybody. If you tap out of chat for 2 seconds and hit the thumbs up button and come right back, you will not miss a thing. Thank you so much. Thank you, Stacy. I appreciate you having that. That does help me a lot, you guys, if you can hit the thumbs up button. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is just like the Phil Spector trial back in 2007. His defense attorneys was fat shaming. Ugh, that's awful. Oh, Seely, thank you very much for the super sticker. Hold on, I have something. I always forget to do this. Let me find it. Doo-doo-doo. Wait, please hold. There we go. I always forget to do that. Give you a little kudos for that. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Maybe I could start saving all this so I can actually make it to CrimeCon next year, right? Sad. Didn't know there should be there. I think Pryor thought he was being genuine when he was being self-deprecating. It didn't work. Agree. I always forget that I made that little thank you super chat blurb. Now you want a taco? Taco sounds good. There's a supermarket not too far from here, and it has a big deli area, but it's not, they got like a hot deli area where it's all like you can get enchiladas or tacos or burritos. You just go through the little line, and they're good prices too. The other day I got 3 street tacos. What's the voice? The voice. We need that one. We need that one to play. I think Pryor was pissed that the judge would not let him out, so he was a jerk the whole time, venting all of his frustrations about even being there. True. He was court ordered to be there at this point. So sorry, buddy. You are court ordered to be there. You got yourself into this. You can get yourself out of this. Karen Reed, attorneys, they didn't cross-examine victims' family. No, that's kind of kind, isn't it? Percy, what is in your mouth? Can you go lay down? Pugs make the weirdest noise with their mouths. It's so weird and slightly annoying. Tacos sound good. Did somebody say tacos? You guys are getting hungry. Street tacos are so good. California does have good Mexican food. All right, I have to use the restroom. Talk amongst yourself. I will be back in just a minute. All right. Dogs are kind of lurking like they wanted some, but we'll give them a few minutes. I don't need to go outside this often. So, welcome everybody. We are on verdict watch for the death penalty phase of Chad Daybell's trial here at Left Undone. We are waiting. They have been deliberating for quite some time now. 5 or 6 hours yesterday, already 2 hours this morning. So, somebody must be holding out and does not want the death penalty, and other people do. That's where we have to be at this point. It's taking a while. It's taking longer for them to deliberate on this than it did for them to deliberate on his guilt. So I'm actually a little surprised, but not so much, because this is an ethical situation at this point, right? The ethical situation comes into play here. So we are just going to keep waiting and hope that at some point we have something. Just something. Come on. Anybody got any updates? I'm trying to look real quick on my phone on any kind of mainstream media. See if they have any updates. Let's see. No, nothing here. Let's see. All right, well, we wait. We wait. And I think that's what it comes down to. Like, before it's an actual in your face and have to make the decision, it's easier to say, yeah, I would or I wouldn't. And then when you're like sitting there facing the decision, it has to be a little bit more difficult, I would think. I think because they could not talk for so long, they may just be discussing all the different aspects. Maybe, but they already found him guilty. So I don't know. What do you think? Nothing from East Idaho News website. Yeah, it's just one of those kind of days. We're just gonna wait, I suppose. All we know is they're deliberating. That's all we know. Oh, thank you, Gayla. You're so sweet. Thank you. Hello, baby girl. They did have to look at their autopsy photos during the trial. I mean, I feel like we killed so much time yesterday waiting for this that we have nothing left to kill here. Like, okay. Too bad we can't be a fly on the wall in the deliberations to see what's happening. Get some kind of an update. Well, if they wind up going to lunch, we're going to be like, ooh. It's only 10 there. Oh my God. If this is a 7-day verdict, we're just going to have to pop on when it actually happens instead of streaming nonstop, huh? I do too, Christy. I hope not. We will be here, Emily. I'm glad they're taking their time so there's no error in judgment. I guess we can go with that. I'm just impatient, though. It's me. It's a me problem. Does anyone have a link to Gibbs' call to the to Sherry lady? Or lady tapes call? That lady, that Sherry. Oh my God, she was such a jerk to me. She told me about that first, and then I said, "We'll go to the police," and then she didn't know what to do. It was the weirdest thing. I have all the old tech or on Facebook Messenger. Sherry told me this. And then she wound up, she said she recorded it. She told me that. I said, well, take it to the police. Um, anyway, she wound up getting mad at me in the end again after it came out. I think she took it over to another channel and they played it. I don't know. I just like, I wasn't going to get involved in anything that was evidence, you know? I was like, take it to the police. I do not want to be called. I don't want to put anything that's evidence out there. Although, you know, the zombie email kind of was too, but it was just information. It wasn't an actual piece of evidence because it was hearsay. But I'm sure it's out there. Dawdle, Sherry Dawdle. That's where she talks crap on the kids. Yeah, she did say some stuff. But see here, okay, so here's the thing. When I was first getting information from Melanie Gibbs' friend after I got the zombie letter and she didn't know how I got it and all this stuff, blah, 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 she's like, you know, it's not a big deal because Melanie has been blabbing to everybody. So it wasn't just Sherry Dawdle. It wasn't, and she only knew her from being online. Melanie Gibb was blah, 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 blah to anybody that would listen to her back then. And that's how they came up with the zombie email letter because they started talking to each other about what Melanie said to them. So then they came up with that and took notes. Well, people like Sherry Dawdle, whatever, she recorded it. So that was interesting. I'm surprised it didn't come to play more, but it made me nervous when she told me she had it. I didn't want it. I didn't want to hear it. I just said to take it to the police. Being a jury today, how hard it would be. How hard and distressing to stand up to the majority. Yeah, it would be really difficult. I think death penalty, but letting Chad eternity life in prison works for me. He'll be able to live with what he did every day. I'm imagining at this point there's somebody that really wants a death penalty and somebody that really doesn't. What else could it be, huh? There's at least two sides going back and forth. And who's going to break? I don't know. I think the one that would have to break is the one that is not for the death penalty. Hey, Ruby. I always hear a click. Nervous running your mouth in an attempt to gain sympathy from everyone. So when S hit the fan, she would have sympathy. Yeah. Let me see if I can, let me go into something here. I have some old stuff. Let me see. No, hold on. I was going to look at I can't remember what my email was back then, what my email address was when I was getting this info. It was none of these. It was something else that I had initially. I had an email and I can't remember what it was. It was, I'm sure it's in my old videos. I have to go look. My description of an old video, maybe it's in there. But I had these emails that were coming in from people that knew Melanie Gibb and giving me all this scoop. And I kept all of it, but I had a different email address before. I had the Left Undone official email address that these things were coming in. I haven't looked at it in forever. Let me see if I go back to my old content. Be fun to kind of read some of that old stuff. Videos. Hold on, let me go to my channel.
Let's just see. Videos. I'll go way back and see if I have my email in there. Can't even remember it. Can't even remember what email I was using that. Any of the descriptions. Don't play. Just want to read my description. Not there. Okay. That'd be maybe a little bit. Oldest. Does anybody remember my old email? Like you guys would. These are 4 years old I'm looking at. It was, I can't remember. It was something that I quit using because it didn't make sense with Left Undone. Once I switched to Left Undone, it was Reap Harmony. That's it. Reap Harmony. Ah, I remembered. Okay, let me get out of here. See if I can find it. Look, sign in. Reap Harmony. My brain worked. I probably won't remember the password, but we'll see. It's not going to be right. Oh, something's happening. I remembered my password. Okay. Welcome back, it says. You've been gone for years. You have been gone. Where have you been, lady? You abandoned this email long, long, long ago. Come on. It wants me to confirm all this stuff. My recovery email and my recovery phone. Okay. Can we just get to the email, please? Right. I'll come back and see what you guys are talking about because I'm left. What? I missed something. I'm going to get in my email in a second. Is it 1 o'clock Nashville? Red Car Girl. Glad you're here today to fill the time. How about playing your Afterglow podcast episodes, especially the early stuff? That always is my go-to when I need something to listen to. That's a good idea. If this goes on for a while, we can do that. Definitely a good idea. Not only OG given live commentary. Flash fans, breakfast is ready. Garth has been, conflicting stories, trying to straighten them out ever since. Thank you, Stacy. Okay, let me get back in this email. Let's see. Okay, this is an old email where I was asking one of the friends of Melanie Gibb about the Sherry Dwaddle. I said, hope you're well. Want to touch base about another big rumor going around as of today. Avon Reese had a live stream on her YouTube channel. Apparently, she has an audio recording and transcript of a call between Melanie Gibb and someone named Sherry Dwaddle. It makes it look like Melanie knew everything all along. Do you know who this Sherry person is? She says, wow, I don't know anything about Sherry. The only time I get in touch with Melanie is when you write this stuff. Dang. I was around her during the time when we all thought Chad was a good guy. Melanie was really taken in by all the new stuff coming at her. I know she did not believe Lori was capable of killing anyone. Lori was a liar, and Melanie's radar wasn't up very good until after Tammy died. Once the antennas went up, Melanie never looked back. My guess about that audio is that Melanie may have been speaking of someone different than what was being asked of her. Mel sometimes takes off in a direction different than the topic we were on. Not knowing what that conversation said can't really be objective. Thank you for trusting your guts. And then there's some other stuff here. Just scrolling. I'm looking. There's some old stuff in here. Okay, this is somebody took. These were the notes I took in my call with Dwaddle Sherry. Please feel free to contact me in the background. This call between Sherry and Melanie Gibb took place sometime in January 2020. Sherry, of course, sent this recording to law enforcement long before she talked to me last year. This is from somebody else. Okay. I heard a portion of the call and can verify it sounded like Melanie's voice and was her style of speaking. Melanie Gibb, months and months, they tried to come up with a plan to get rid of Charles. Melanie Gibb, cops admit they didn't think Charles was killed in self-defense. Sherry Dwaddle, did she ask him to kill Charles? Melanie Gibb, well, self-defense, yes, they planned it. Melanie Gibb, Alex was doing a favor for his sister. It was planned self-defense. Melanie Gibb, Lori said they, Charles, Adam, were trying to kill her. We heard that. Melanie Gibb said an officer told her Lori was really happy for just having someone blown away in her front room. Melanie Gibb asked Lori Vallow if Tylee was at BYU. Melanie Gibb, yeah, but she gave me this really creepy look like, yes, she's dead. Tylee didn't like Charles. Tylee doesn't like anybody. That's what Melanie Gibb said. Melanie Gibb, Lori Vallow tells me JJ's a zombie now, and so was Tylee. People who become zombies don't end up staying alive. That was a quote from Melanie Gibb. Melanie Gibb, Lori Vallow said she was going to give JJ back to Kay. Melanie Gibb suggests that Lori tell Kay she's sick. Melanie Gibb read JJ. Plus, it's not her kid anyways. He was a drug baby. So that was definitely a good conversation to dig up. The recording for Stacy. This is all just like transcript of it. I don't know why I have it. I don't know how I have it. I don't know where I got it from. Let me see. Let me go back with really old stuff. Like, February 2020. Melanie Gibb was, this is another email. Melanie Gibb was always talking about that in her role in those camps across White Mountains in Arizona. So these emails are beginning to come out. What's the most alarming is the disregard for life. Melanie Gibbs said many times they spoke of who went dark, meaning their spirits no longer reside in their bodies, hence true zombie, and are literally possessed by different evil spirits. Like Charles Vallow had legends. Charles Vallow had legends like it talks about in the Bible. To them, it's a no-brainer to send a person off to their next reincarnation or mortal probation. I'm pretty sure, let's see, Hector, enough on the list. At the very last, preparing people in Boise, Hector showed up in combat clothes. Hector's truly a wimp. Jason Mao, battle hardened through and through. Melanie Gibb said that first Tylee went dark, then she was gone. Melanie Gibb could not get good response from Lori about where she went, just gone. Tylee just afterwards went dark. Can you imagine why no longer needed to be in the scheme of things? I don't know the rest of us who are willing to expose the truth to fit in the scenario, but I'm pretty sure that zombie number has grown from 20,000 to whatever number is much bigger. These guys have the potential to be terrorists. This is another email I got somewhere. I believe Charles was murdered. Charles was a solid, muscular guy. If he took a bat at Alex's head, Alex wouldn't be around to show that little self-inflicted scrape to the cops. When Julie Rowe was more sane, we believed her near-death story, but the stuff about the tent cities, I prayed I should buy a tent. Yeah, see people that were falling into this thing. I need to put all this crap into Chat GPT and tell it to sort it all out for me, you know? There's so much stuff. Yeah, she said Melanie Gibb told at least 20 people. Man, there's so much here, you guys. I was getting so many emails and I didn't even know what I was reading. Didn't even know what I was reading. I definitely need to like put that stuff into Chat GPT and say, here, organize this into a story. Tell me what it says. They can't make someone say yes to the death penalty. He's already convicted. I'm a little confused about the rule in life or death penalty. Do they have to have 100% agree? So what happens when the jury does not agree? I believe if they don't agree, he gets life. Welcome from Germany, Christy. Okay, sorry. I had to take a bite of food. I was getting really hungry. So I muted you guys. So people are showing up. Okay. Rexburg law enforcement just showed up at the courthouse and the Woodcocks. Okay. I guess something's going to happen then. Thank you. What else? Look at me. I was over there digging an email and stuff happens over here. They should be given a 30-minute heads up. That's probably what they did, right? If they're showing up. Maybe we'll get our Saturday back after all. Anybody want to come swimming? I'll float in my pool and drink margaritas later. Groovy, you getting butterflies? Something's happening. What could it be? Families and all law enforcement arriving at the courthouse. Now somebody's saying that everybody just happened to be showing up at the same time. They don't have any idea about the deliberations. Oh, well, you are not allowed to have margarita then. We can make mocktails. Am I down by Palm Springs? Yeah, kind of past east of Palm Springs. Right. 4 marriages took place in this cult. Alex, Melanie Gibb, Melanie P, Lori, all of them. And they all had to dump spouses. That's what I just heard too. Kind of weird though, right? Maybe they all kind of said, okay, well, if we don't hear anything, we'll all roll on over at 10:30. Thank you, Trishy. Yeah, I saw that too, so we'll see. My cat is destroying something in the house. Just heard a crash. Who thinks he's going to get the death penalty? Put 1 in the chat if you think the jury's going to go for that. Put 2 in the chat if you think it's going to be life. Think like what you think the jury would say, not what you want. Let's take a poll. 1, if you think the jury will go for death penalty. 2, if you think it's going to be life. Just for the fun of it. Let's see. Stacy, 2. 2, 1. 2, 2, 2. 1. 2s are winning. Life. There's some 1s. There's some 1s, some 2s. I know, Christy, I'm not sure either. That's why I'm asking you guys. I'm not voting. I'm not voting. 2. You guys are pretty much split. Probably kind of like them. I think I'm seeing more 2s than 1s. Ruby, you think it's two just because they're taking so long? Yeah. Gayla. Stop predicting during verdicts years ago. So hard to predict. I always sit there and speculate, and then I'm like, well, wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong. Wrong about that. Yeah, that's why I'm thinking too, Stacy. It took them a long time and it's still taking a long time. Clearly, they're saying that there's no news. There's people just all showed up at the courthouse at the same time. Hard to know. Let's see. This is true. He's not getting out of there. Very true story. Percy, we're not doing that right now. Percy. There's a person at my front door. Why is there a person at my front door? Oh, it's probably Amazon. Huh? Every time I get info that there's a person at my front door, I'm like, oh, yep, there's a package. Like I'm surprised that there's something at my front door. That's what he's barking at. He can hear so good, this dog. Crazy. Hey, ay, ay. So if Larry says he didn't hear anything, that they just all showed up, then it's just they all showed up. Kind of weird, though. Kind of coincidental, right? Okay, Lauren just said that they're inside the courthouse waiting for Chad Daybell's sentencing verdict. Will he get the death penalty? Life. We're waiting. The Woodcocks are here, and so is Tammy's family. They changed their flight to stay longer after the jury called it a night last night and continue deliberating. So they aren't leaving, I guess. This other person says, this attorney, Boise, Idaho, in all my years of criminal defense, I have never heard of a capital defendant not presenting mitigating evidence during the penalty phase of a murder trial. It makes me wonder whether Chad Daybell wants to die a martyr in the final days, or does it make a death verdict ripe for reversal on appeal because the court would only appoint one attorney to aid Mr. Pryor in the representation and he could not find anyone late in the game. Idaho is unequivocal. The court must appoint and pay two attorneys on behalf of an indigent capital defendant, and the failure to do so could constitute structural error. Trial delays be damned. Or maybe Daybell has nothing to present in mitigation that would press the scale towards mercy. Or is there lingering or residual doubt on the merits? This is some lawyer, Philip Dubois. Interesting. Chad wants an appeal. Poor representation, not the right. The law says you're supposed to have two. Nate said the paper for the jurors has three options. Yeah, I heard that yesterday. Death penalty, life, or can't decide. So if it's can't decide, does just Boyce get to decide? Or does it just automatically go life? I'm assuming it automatically goes to life. Chad wants to be famous for his crimes, and death penalty would bring more attention to him. $10 says Emma's going to write a book and make money off of it. But Chad will probably write it, and we'll be able to tell. Nobody buy it, please. famous like Manson. Ugh. Helter Skelter. So we just need Jeopardy music, folks. Now, I had heard, now I don't know now after just reading that, but I had heard that the only time that you have to have death penalty certified or whatever attorney is if it's public defender. I did not hear that if you have a private attorney that you had to have that in place. Chad had every opportunity to have 2 attorneys appointed for him, but he declined. He said he wanted to stick with Pryor. That was when Pryor was trying to weasel out. Yeah. So he actually, it's pretty clear that that's what he wanted. Right. No books. Read another book. Whatever sentence brings most isolation is our vote. So pompous Chad had no audience to pontificate to. Yeah. Everybody's on verdict watch. TikTok. Ooh, Gala. Met Manson in 1985 at CMF prison in Vacaville, California. He went and talked to you? He's a freaky, that dude looks like he's the devil trapped inside of his brain. I'm waiting. Everybody's waiting. Everybody wants to know what's happening. I bet if I looked at my steps from yesterday, I didn't even get 1,000 steps in my day because I sat here all day waiting for this info. Okay. As much as an arse Pryor has acted like, I kinda feel for him being forced to continue to defend. Yes, Helter Skelter was the Beatles song. They even wrote Helter Skelter, didn't they? Or is that a rumor? At the In Blood or something? Influenced him, memory is fading. Helter Skelter was that song. It was a Beatles song first, and then he said it influenced him. And then somebody wrote Helter Skelter at the crime scene. Right? Am I right? Or was that a movie? Verdict is in. Thank you, B. Okay. Verdict has been reached 2 minutes ago from Justin Lum. We shall learn if he receives the death penalty. Verdict is in. Woot, woot. Verdict is in. Trying to put it in Discord. All right, guys. Here we go again. Make sure this is on the proper. Make sure this is plain. And we got audio. Right. Audio. Yep, we got it all. Okay, listen for voices. Let me make this full screen. There we go. All right. Let's see what happens here. My gut is going to say life. That's my gut. It might be wrong. I just feel like that lengthy time. Yeah, right? I don't know if that was just a movie or if that was really what happened. Court will begin at 11 a.m. Mountain Time. Okay, so you guys have a few minutes. You can go potty. You can let your dogs out. That's what I think I'm going to do real quick. Let my dogs out. I will be right back. Don't go away. I'll be right back. All right, we're waiting now. I'm back. Mm-hmm. 11 o'clock, so 7 minutes away. Hi, Claire. There's a verdict. Let me change the ticker. Verdict is in, let's see, hide this one. Oops. Shoot. Hold on. I'm trying to type, and my dogs are annoying me. Okay. There we got that. Show. There we go. No, we want that to be scroll. Oh, I did that wrong. Let me try again. There, I'm gonna get rid of this one. There we go. I did it. Took me a minute. Let's see. You did. You got here right on time. Hopefully it will help heal the families. Yes, it's nice to see everybody in chat this Saturday morning. Appreciate you all. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Claire. Well, that would be amazing if it did, because that's where he belongs. So, okay, we're getting closer. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes, and they will probably go live. I'm sure they're letting everybody into the courtroom right now. I do not work tomorrow. I don't work again until Tuesday. I was supposed to be at CrimeCon, so I have this weekend off. I was surprised to find out how little jurors get paid for a long trial like this. Seems like much of the jury pool would struggle to deal with no work pay for so long. Yes, it's very difficult for a lot of people. A lot of companies are really good about paying their employees for jury duty. The last company I worked for was a Fortune 50 company or something like, I don't know what they're one of those big companies. Anyway, they paid full 2 weeks of my salary if I was on jury duty, which is helpful. But not for this case. They wouldn't have paid 8 weeks, So I don't know what the longest. So some companies are better than others. Some only pay a couple of days because they figure you're not going to get seated on a jury. So they'll pay for you to go to jury duty and sit there and wait and then get out. Because that's usually what happens when you get called. You don't get picked. Thank you, Trishy. Thank you, Flash Fan. Hi, Joey Skate. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And again, thank you yesterday for the PayPal donation. That was so kind of you. I really appreciate it. Your hubby has jury duty next week, but they won't pick him for criminal trials, only civil. Is he in law enforcement too, or is it just because he's married to you? I think he wanted a good death penalty to be a martyr in Lori's eyes. Would not be surprised. That'll fit the program, right? Long 4 years. For real. Same, Emily. Same. We got 2 minutes before they're supposedly coming in. So let's see what happens. Remember, there's a slight delay between streams. So my stream may be a slightly delayed versus somebody else's and vice versa. So don't everybody freak out if they're like, it's already on another, it's already on over there. It's not already on anywhere. It's like maybe a 20-second delay or a 30-second. Everybody freaks out sometimes when one channel it gets to them first. Just depends on your internet and everything else, right? You're making all the kids watch. They're not happy. She's so funny. Everybody sit there and watch this. He's off the streets. Absolutely. Can't cause this nonsense. And hopefully Emma isn't going to become the next Chad Duvall. I worry about that. Thank you, Joey Skates. A lot of time and effort in this case. Enjoyed your series on Chat About Chad. You're welcome. If you haven't watched Chat According to Chad, it'll be good follow-up for you. Anybody that's in the chat or anybody that's following my channel that hasn't watched it, because it is a series, 6 or 7, I think we have, of Chat According to Chad based on Chad's autobiography and Chad's life. And when you really read it, you can see what a slimy, narcissistic jerk he is. And it's all according to him. He put the truth in writing of who he really is. Yesterday, I really thought they'd come back with the death penalty, but I thought they'd do it fast. Now I'm not so sure. I really want to see Chad's face. I want to know if he's happy or upset when it happens. I hope the Associated Press photographer is there again. Bobby, this might be the best day of Pryor's life. He's about to lose 220 pounds. Yes, Pryor, you can go. We would give you permission to go hop on a plane and go sit in Maui on a beach or wherever. You need it, buddy. The prosecutors need it too. Anybody tied to this case needs a freaking beach day week. Claire. You have the voice living rent free in your head. Voice. I can't do it like the recording does it. Oh, Christy, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm kind of excited to get some other cases going, but we are still following this case because Lori's going to go to trial. So it will never end, but definitely going to dig into some more cases here. I usually like to have a Saturday live stream. It's sort of been my thing since the beginning. I don't know, Allison, what case should we do? What should we do? Something that I would like a new case because I don't want to go back and have to like look all the past stuff up, but it's possible. You never know. There's always new cases, right? Did Chad chinkle in his trousers? We've heard this rumor since yesterday that Chad peed his pants, but I don't know. I don't know. I hope so. Poop and pee, little poop and pee. Put some diapers on, Chad. It's interesting how dogs can read people really well. That's why Chad doesn't like dogs, because dogs don't like him, probably. Like Emma says, my dad doesn't like dogs. Okay, Emma. Why don't you just go ahead and tell us what a terrible person your dad is without saying what a terrible person your dad is? Tell us your dad's a terrible person without telling us your dad's a terrible person. My dad doesn't like dogs. Oh, well, there you go. Emma Daybell. I don't think he tinkled either. He didn't have any babies sitting on that bladder. He should be still continent. He's definitely a psychopath of some sort. Yeah. He did have job security because of true crime. Very true. Curry Rich is the thing. Yeah, that's another one. I'd faint. There's no way I'd be able to be so stoic in stature. Not that I would ever be in his shoes. It's crazy how stone still he looks. I know. He's hard to read, other than the vibe he gives off. I know. I can't wait for the day the kids move on and Lori and Chad have no one contributing to their books anymore, no one visiting, no one caring about them anymore. I think Emma will be there for the day till the day he dies, but maybe not the rest, hopefully. Dogs are smarter than Chad. All right, it's 11:03 in Boise. Things should be getting going here. Make sure we're all good. Hold on, I'm just messing with this for a second. Make sure it looks like it's on. Nothing is paused. Where's our red line? Okay. We're good. We are good. Oh, we did? Oh, that'd be interesting. I'll have to go back and look at that. Court was start 11:15. What? Stop it. Stop moving the time. Stop. Stop changing the time on us. I don't. No, I believe you. It took the jury nearly 2 more hours of deliberation today, beginning at 9 a.m. Mountain Time. Oh, they started at 9? Hmm. I'm You're so funny. You are the goat, Kathy. I'm so excited to hear that part. Oh my God. What Judge Boyce is going to say to him, it will be gold. Because he was not nice to Lori. He started out kind of okay, but then he was like, ripped her a new one. Life or death. Let's go. We have a verdict. He's already married. I don't think it, because it's so different than Lori's hearing, he will have to come back to be sentenced for the fraud and all that other stuff, but this is the sentencing. This is it. So I believe he will say something today. Just like, the day Lori got sentenced, they did the victim impact statements. They did all that yesterday. So, and at the end is when she gets a chance to talk, and then Judge Boyce did. So I imagine that this really could happen today. I'd be really surprised if it didn't, because this will be the sentence. This is the sentencing for his murder part and everything. I know. We don't know. And every time I think I know, I don't know. So it doesn't matter. We'll find out. Bottom line is we'll find out what will happen today. That's right. Kay and Larry got these people put behind bars. In the end, they are the heroes of this whole story. Okay, I see a mouse moving on the screen. Should be starting right now. When they start, I will take myself down and be quiet. I did. I saw a mouse move. I think he's saying a year since Lori was convicted. Yeah, that's what I think too. Hi, Mark McGarry. Some great police work. Yep. Great police work. Idaho did a really good job with that. My bet would be Lori initiating the divorce. She'll have some crazy man or many in her web eventually. Yeah, she's probably already getting proposals. June 9th is the 5th anniversary of the kids being found, isn't it? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. 4th. 4th. They were found June 9th, 2020. 4th anniversary. Justice. Time for justice. It'll be served. He was found guilty, so now it's just time for him to face the music. Which hallway is Chad going down? Death row or life in prison? There's only 2 options. There's only 2 portals. I saw the mouse move. Salt the slug. Lori is a Black Widow. She is a textbook Black Widow. Yep. They disappeared in 2019. Their bodies were found in 2020. Yep. But by August, they will have been dead for 5 years. Nope, you didn't miss anything. Push me. Protests, riots, summer 2020. Yep, during COVID. So weird. There was no COVID when I started my channel, and then I was like, "Oh my god, there's not gonna be this big thing. The sky is not falling," and then boom, the sky fell. 11:15 Mountain Time. Okay, so we got 4 minutes. 4 minutes. I'm not going to count down to 11:30. They better not change it again. They're all in the courtroom, though. Everybody's in the courtroom. I have a question now. Emma should know Chad was having an affair and should not have had the power of the priesthood anymore, right? Does that mean Emma still has a demon in her? Feel like in Chad's world, of whatever version of he thinks he is of Mormonism. Um, it's all Chad according to Chad. The rules are according to Chad. They can change if Chad says so. No. Why are you getting nervous? You have to go? Why? Where do you have to go? It's Saturday. You stay right here, young lady. Where do you think you're going? We are just waiting. Okay, I got 10:12 on my time, so 11:12 Mountain Time right now, Boise time. There, I see the mouse is moving. The mouse really is moving. Can you guys see that up there in the top middle? That means they're going to go live. Usually when they start moving the mouse, they're clicking to make this thing turn over to the cameras. And stop moving again. Stop messing with the mouse, people, court people. Everybody, you guys voting again? I say, I think it's going to be life. Maybe death. Oh, I suck. I can't decide. I don't know how to think like those jurors. I'm just surprised they took so long today and yesterday on this part of the trial. So there's clearly somebody. It makes me think they're going to say life because it feels like somebody was against the death penalty. Because if they all agreed on the death penalty, it would have been done fast, right? So it leans towards life because if somebody can't decide, then and won't change their mind, then it has to be life. It can't be death. Okay, the mouse moved twice now. They have messed with us. I don't even know what to say anymore. They're stressing me out. 11 o'clock, 11:15. It's now 11:16. I really want to zoom in my eyeballs. I'm going to watch Chad's eyeballs when they're given the sentence. Chad entered the courtroom 2 minutes ago. Thank you. What's he wearing? Can anybody say? He is wearing a blue shirt and blue tie. Attorneys are at their tables. Blue shirt and blue tie. Gets to wear street clothes still, for crying out loud. So unfair. think this is the first and the only death penalty case I've followed on my channel so far. Blue shirt and blue tie is what I'm reading. Judge is still putting on his robe. Maybe some on jury had trouble giving death penalty if they didn't think he actually did the killing and was just conspirator or mastermind. Yeah, I could see that. Like Charles Manson. Orange and shackles, for sure. Trisha thinks he'll get the death penalty. Fingerprints and new mugshot, too. New mugshot. I always like when there's a new mugshot. We can compare from mugshot 1. Blue shirt and blue tie. That's what I'm saying. His children are not there. Yeah, they're cowards. Tammy's family, Colby and the Woodcocks, are in the courtroom. Chad's kids are not there. I think my hopes are for life. Less appeals. He can rot in general population forever. It doesn't take the power of the priesthood to remove a demon. In the name of Jesus, they have to flee. However, Gemma has given legal access for infiltration. To be free, she's got to address her ways. Interesting, Diana. I watched a YouTube video, Narcissistic Mortification, about what happens when a narcissist is forced to face reality. It seems applicable to Chad and what look like non-reaction to us. Interesting. Have to give it to this jury. They did take their time really to go over the convictions, victim impact flaws, and detailed drawn out forms for either sentence. Yes, they took this job very seriously. I think so. I think you're right. Too bad they didn't shave Lori's hair. Lori still gets to curl her hair. Somebody's buying her hair color stuff. Oh my God, come on. Here's the impatient Kathy. You're getting to see me. Ah, come on, let's go. Hurry up. I agree. Why does he get to wear a blue tie? This is the end of your tie wearing days, Chad. What do you think the kids are doing? I think they're lurking around in the streams. Oh, absolutely. Or are they just going to wait for prior call? Nah, they're lurking. They're lurking. They could have been here by now, especially Joe Murray. I've been on his bad list. I'm on his dark list for a long time. I think that it is disrespectful that Chad was allowed to wear dress clothes. It is like he is getting special treatment. The jury, God bless them. This was a hard case with many moving parts to follow. Can you imagine hearing all this for the first time and sitting on a jury? Oh my gosh. Patience, patience. I don't like waiting. She's probably doing the other inmate's hair too. Oh, you got that right. She certainly is. Plus, she's not in prison. She's in jail, right? Or is she in prison? Because
Personnel session with Stephen W. Boy Scouts presiding.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, good morning, everyone. We're on the record on case CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. This is the special sentencing proceeding that has been conducted last couple of days. The jury's been deliberating. The court is advised that the jury has reached a verdict on the special sentencing proceeding and the special verdict form. I'll note the state's present with the 4 prosecutors who have tried the case, Mr. Pryor and his client, Mr. Daybell, present as well. I'll also note there's a courtroom conduct order in effect. I'd appreciate everyone complying with that, as you all have throughout this trial. I will note on the record before we get to the verdict that we did have a jury question yesterday that the court answered, and I've provided the question and copies of the answer to counsel. In addition, a second question came in today. I did go on the record with that question and answer with counsel and the defendant present, returned that response to the jurors. They've now reached a verdict in the case, so the court is going to have the jurors brought in and have the verdict delivered for reading.
Thank you, Sharon Stanley. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Thank you. Chad looks like he didn't get any sleep, doesn't he?
All right, please. Jury's all present. Count for Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court understands you've reached a verdict on the special verdict form. Is that correct? All right, Mr. Bailiff, if you would please return the special verdict form to the court, I'll review that. Ladies and gentlemen, the verdict form is somewhat long and complicated. The court is going to take a moment to review the form.
I'll try to pop over to wherever they're going to be outside streaming when everybody's leaving the courtroom so we can watch the interviews or Kay and Larry talk or whatever happens, or even jurors maybe. We'll find out.
All right, the court's reviewed the special verdict form. I do find it's been properly filled out by the jury foreperson as well as correctly signed and dated. At this time, I am going to request, Madam Clerk, Ms. Holstein, if you would please read the special verdict form. If you'd like to remain seated or standing, it's a long form and will take some time to read, but however is most comfortable for you, Madam Clerk, you may go ahead and read the special verdict form into the record.
In the District Court of the 7th Judicial District of the State of Idaho, in and for the County of Fremont, State of Idaho Plaintiff versus Chad Guy Daybell Defendant, case number CR 22211623, Special Verdict. Part 1. We, the jury, render the following verdict on the alleged statutory aggravating circumstances. 1. Has the jury unanimously found that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following aggravating circumstance? The murder of Tylee Ryan was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration? Yes. 2. Has the jury unanimously found that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following aggravating circumstance? The murder of Joshua Jackson, hereinafter J.J. Vallow, was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration? Yes. 3. Has the jury unanimously found that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following aggravating circumstance? The murder of Tamra, hereinafter Tammy Daybell, was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration? Yes. 4. Has the jury unanimously found that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following aggravating circumstance? The murder of Tylee Ryan was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity? Yes. 5. Has the jury unanimously found that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following aggravating circumstance? The murder of J.J. Vallow was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity? Yes. 6. Has the jury unanimously found that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following aggravating circumstance? The murder of Tammy Daybell was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity? Yes. 7. Has the jury unanimously found that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following aggravating circumstance? By the murders or circumstances surrounding their commission, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life? Yes. 8. Has the jury unanimously found that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following aggravating circumstance? The defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murders at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society? Yes. If you answered no to each of the above questions, you do not need to answer any other questions. Simply have the presiding juror sign this verdict form and notify the bailiff that you are done. If you answered yes to any of the above questions, then please answer the questions in part 2. Part 2. We, the jury, render the following verdict on the weighing of all mitigating circumstances against the statutory aggravating circumstances. You are to only answer the following questions for those statutory aggravating circumstances for which you answered yes in part 1. 1. With respect to the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder of Tylee Ryan was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration, We unanimously find that when weighed against this aggravating circumstance, all mitigating circumstances are not sufficiently compelling to make imposition of the death penalty unjust. 2, with respect to the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder of Joshua Jackson, hereinafter J.J. Vallow, was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration, we unanimously find that when weighed against this aggravating circumstance, all mitigating circumstances are not sufficiently compelling to make imposition of the death penalty unjust. 3, with respect to the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder of Tamara, hereinafter Tammy Daybell, was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration, we unanimously find that when weighed against this aggravating circumstance, all mitigating circumstances are not sufficiently compelling to make imposition of the death penalty unjust. 4, with respect to the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder of Tylee Ryan was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity, we unanimously find that when weighed against this aggravating circumstance, all mitigating circumstances are not sufficiently compelling to make imposition of the death penalty unjust. 5, with respect to
Did we lose the mic?
It's back. 5, with respect to the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder of J.J. Vallow was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity, we unanimously find that when weighed against this aggravating circumstance, all mitigating circumstances.
We need a new mic. Okay, we're going to get a separate mic. Thank you.
I'll read 5 over.
Yes, start with 5 again. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
5. Okay. With respect to the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder of J.J. Vallow was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity, we unanimously find that when weighed against this aggravating circumstance, all mitigating circumstances are not sufficiently compelling to make imposition of the death penalty unjust. 6, with respect to the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder of Tammy Daybell was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity, we unanimously find that when weighed against this aggravating circumstance, all mitigating circumstances are not sufficiently compelling to make imposition of the death penalty unjust. 7, with respect to the statutory aggravating circumstance that by the murders or circumstances surrounding their commission, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life, we unanimously find that when weighed against this aggravating circumstance, all mitigating circumstances are not sufficiently compelling to make imposition of the death penalty unjust. 8, with respect to the statutory aggravating circumstance that the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murders at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. We unanimously find that when weighed against this aggravating circumstance, all mitigating circumstances are not sufficiently compelling to make imposition of the death penalty unjust. Once you have completed part 2, please have the presiding juror sign this verdict form and notify the bail if you are done. Dated this first day of June 2024 and signed by the presiding juror.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Clerk, for reading through the verdict form. Ladies and gentlemen, the court will note that given the complexity of this special verdict form, just I think in fairness to all those in attendance, including in particular victims and the parties, the layman's explanation of this verdict is that the jury has made a finding that it would be appropriate to impose the death penalty as it relates to counts 1 through 6 in the amended indictment. And so pursuant to Idaho Code 192515, the court is directed that the defendant would be sentenced to death on those counts. The court will take up a concluding sentencing proceeding. I also have additional counts of insurance fraud. I've discussed with counsel moving forward in a consolidated hearing. The court's proposing that we do that this morning, waiving the right to a pre-sentence investigation report under Criminal Rule 32A. Before I get there, just let me ask at this time of the jurors, is this your true and correct verdict that's been rendered in this case? Very well. Does the state wish to have the jury pulled on the special verdict form?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Does the defense wish to have the jury pulled on this special verdict form?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Very well. As I mentioned, then that's the result of the verdict form. The court would then proceed with additional sentencing on those 2 counts, as well as the counts 1 through 6 determined now by the jury. Mr. Pryor, is the defense willing to move forward with a consolidated hearing on those counts this morning without a pre-sentence investigation report?
As previously indicated, Judge, yes, we are.
Okay, is the state going to be ready to proceed with a sentencing on those issues as well?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Counsel, I do want to take a brief recess just to briefly prepare for that, given the verdict, and I will come back on the bench. It really won't take long. I would suggest that a 30-minute recess will come back on the record. The court will conclude with that sentencing hearing. So if everybody could be back here by 10 after, we'll have the jury return one last time to the jury room to wait for that final sentencing hearing. We'll conduct that in the presence of the jurors also, and then I'll have concluding instructions for the jurors. So we will be in recess for 30 minutes. We'll come back for that final stage of the proceeding. Thank you.
All right.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Okay, so we're going to get to hear the rest, and hope I can't wait to hear what Judge Boyce is going to say. Give me 1 second. What do you guys think? Give me 1 second. I'm typing something real quick. That was a big old form, huh? No wonder it took so long. Okay. Okay. And Lori would have gotten the same if not for the failure of the timely disclosure, right? Wonder how Colby is feeling about that. It has to be very hard to come to terms. I'm proud of Colby for being there in the courtroom. Very proud of him, unlike the Daybell kids. Arizona may serve him now for Charles and Brandon. That's what I was wondering. Chad will become a death row inmate as following this hearing immediately, right? His sentence sent right to death row, pretty much. There's no ifs, ands, or buts at this point. Yeah, I could see Colby with his wife, Kelsey. Claire, I want to say this respectfully, but I hope this shows the church that they need to come down harder on people who are leading these fringe groups. They can excommunicate at least. Yeah, it's really bizarre. I hope so too. It kind of gives them a bad name because they're still going in and out of church acting like they're LDS, and it confuses everyone. Wow, right? So much destruction by two people. I feel justice was served. We cannot support in any measure this in a civilized society. Feel bad for a jury and the burden of this decision. I believe at some point Chad was excommunicated. They don't make that very public, though. They don't make it public at all. It's all just through hearsay that you find this stuff out. They keep it private, but maybe making something like that public, like, look, this is what happens. The church is coming, the church is going to make this claim that this is not what we believe in, and these people are not welcome here anymore. I mean, everybody's welcome in church, and that's the hard part, right? You can't tell people they can't come to church, because that's where you get forgiveness and stuff. It's a really slippery slope, I believe, to be honest. You're not clear? Susan Long, I'm not clear, huh? Why was this not clear to me? Because it's all legal mumbo jumbo, but basically he's been sentenced to death row. Nope. I stared at Chad for the entire thing. He sat there with this stupid look on his face, like his stupid look he always had. And he is done for, but he's not showing any emotion. One time in this entire trial, he grabbed some Kleenex when Pryor pushed the Kleenex box at him. It was so phony baloney. That wording was confusing. That was a lot. Can you imagine, like yesterday, probably just started reading it, trying to understand it. Waiting in his 8x6 concrete box for that fateful day to arrive. The only question in that narcissist head will be, why did he bury two bodies in his backyard while living so close to Yellowstone Park? So much open land. You know what, honestly, I don't know if they could have found enough evidence on him if they weren't in his yard. I think there could have been some reasonable doubt if they weren't in his yard, and they could have gotten more, tried to make it more like Alex and Lori. But there's a lot of stuff he said, though. These are dark. I increased the pain. They must go. They're zombies, blah, blah, blah. So. Chad only loves himself. Absolutely. And he's proven that by letting his kids take the stand in his defense when he knows exactly what he did. Exactly. I don't think they knew Chad thought he was a prophet. You mean the jury? No empathy. He didn't care about his own kids. All of you. Emma's like, Dad, I'll take care of you, everything, blah, 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 blah. Okay, well, here's this card, and don't forget to send Lori some money. I'm not coming home. The problem is these people hide behind religion and make it evil, just like freaking Mike Miller's husband, Mr. Pastor in a non-denominational Christian church, who is ruthlessly horrible, a rotten person, narcissistic, abusive, and possibly a murderer. And that's not Mormonism, you know? So you can say that there are people that hide behind all kinds of religions, make it look like that's their like shield. Like, look at me, I'm such a good person. I'm such a good person. Look, I'm a pastor. You know, I'm such a good person. I'm a prophet. You know, all this blah, 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 blah about Jesus and stuff from Lori's mouth. Like she's some rightful, just sick, you know, while they're murdering children. Sorry. Don't think that's okay. He saw his life in 2 parts. That is the only thing he got right. Only thing he got right. I always knew there'd be 2 parts of my life. I didn't know Lori was gonna come along. Well, Lori is the second part of your life. Both of you behind bars in different states right now as we speak. And you, my friend, are done. Honestly, when I started following this case, I just thought they would find these children. I'm like, 2 missing kids on the news. They could be in danger. 2 missing parents. Lori and Chad, where are the children? Where are the children? Where are the kids? Where are the children? Blah, 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 blah. Oh my God, we found the children in the Chad's backyard. And now, 2024, June 1st, 2024, literally almost 4 years to the day when they found these bodies. Oh, that makes sense too. It's supposed to be handled locally based on your ward. I don't know what you can get. You can request the FOIA docs, whatever's in evidence. It doesn't have to be, from what I understand, it doesn't have to be that it was presented. It just has to be something that is part of the evidence, which I'm sure, like, what was Pryor saying? There's more terabytes of evidence in this case than in the whole Washington, D.C. National Library or something like that. So crazy. So we got a little break again. I'm really, 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 really excited to hear what Judge Boyce is going to say to him. The table as would prosecutor. An amazing proceeding, truly. The table as would prosecutors watching. Yeah. Tammy deserved so much better. Can you? I just can't imagine what that poor lady went through in her own home, where she trusts people the most, and for Chad to betray her like that over freaking Lori and money and whatever, because he thinks he's some freaking prophet. Super sick. Chad's end of world sort of coming true only for himself. Yep. At least the families know that he is not getting out. No parole hearings. It will make it better for them to heal. I hope more people are willing to look at what Emma said, because it implies that his teachings will continue to live on. Good point. Very good point. Idaho stays on the list of states that can make the hard decisions. You nailed it, Kathy. They lied, covered their actions. We had a friend, ex-com moral issue. He faced it, feels remorse, so grateful he was treated kindly. He came forward, took responsibility. Yeah. These people let this go way too far, way too far. So sad. It's so sad. It's hard to even think about it, but you think about the last moments, what was going through Tylee's head, what was going through Tammy's head. I do believe that there are other people with these beliefs. I mean, we've seen it kind of like the other cases that have come up. Is that the one that, oh my God, her name is blanking me right now. They kidnapped their 16-year-old. There's still people out there doing this nonsense. Scary. Oh, I would not be surprised if he thinks he's, Jesus got nailed to the cross and died. I'm just, in the same situation. I'm Chad Daybell. Well, I don't remember my name. Unbelievable. Happy this is over. And Sharon Stanley, I know right when they were getting started, you had given me this super sticker, so I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And earlier, Seeley, thank you very much again. Chad According to Chad, 7-part series on Chad Daybell, informative and sometimes quite funny. Yes, we dug deep on Chad According to Chad, and it would be a good thing for you guys to dig into too, because you will see the true Chad. He tells you exactly who he is. And we put it all out there on video. Push me. I was puzzled to what Emma was referring, but what you say makes sense. It is chilling. Oh, you mean about the when she was, what we played it back yesterday, when she was like, I knew the spirit was telling me that I was gonna move, but I just didn't know it was gonna be now or whatever. I wonder if he heard the voice. The voice. The voice. I really need the MP3 of the voice. We need to go make a clip of that. My aunt had a friend who killed his family because he said God told him to, and he was acquitted. Oh boy. Was he cuckoo nuts? Was he acquitted, or was he sent to mental health? Was it like insanity plea thing? Voices. I mean, most people that hear voices, schizophrenic and stuff, are not they're not murderers, so it's really scary when somebody does turn that way. Thank you, PLM. Every penny helps from the channel. I do appreciate that. Yeah. And that's the problem. They twist and turn and change scripture and to what and then they tell people what it means, like they know. Oh, he fled the country. Wonder if future profits from his books go. I would think they need to take that. Like Amazon needs to take that down. He is now a convicted murderer. Get his garbage off the shelf. Right. Mark McGarry, he said it too. His books are basically trash. Line your cat litter box with it. Trash. Books are stupid and they're garbage. And anybody that's reading that crap to actually believe what he has to say needs therapy. Well, it's been a long time coming. I'm really glad it's over. Now we just got to follow Lori again. We're bouncing like ping pong balls. Lori, Chad, back to Lori. And I hope they bring charges in Arizona to Chad now. I don't see why they wouldn't. I mean, I don't know. I think he's as responsible as Lori is. Because he's the one that told him that Charles was the zombie. Ned, Iplos, the H is silent. You know, how many names? First it was Ned, then they Googling Ned in Louisiana and how he was murdered. And then Iplos couldn't got that one out, but then another one came in and another one came in, and Hiplos, the H is silent. Did you see they put that on a text message? They named him Iplos. The H is silent. Okie dokie. Barbara. True. Way too good for our kitty cats. You got that right. Wouldn't that be something if they tried them together in Arizona? Would be interesting to watch the demeanor towards one another. The verdict forms really help solidify each act and its heinous. Yes, true. Very true. Very true. We've got, what time are they coming back? Another 10 minutes or so? I'm going to go let my dogs out while I have a minute, because it might be a little bit. These Judge Boyce talks can take a little bit. And then he's still got to sentence him in the other stuff. So I'll be back and give me about 5 minutes. Okay. Oops. Oops, I took myself off instead of putting myself on. Thank you very much, Tiana, for the PayPal donation. I just got it. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Very generous of you. Appreciate. Thank you. Alrighty. Let's see here. Where are we? What do you guys? So should we come back, right? Pretty soon? Pretty soon. I can't wait to hear what Judge Boyce has to say. That'll make good for an episode of Afterglow, right? All the recordings. Afterglow, my thing I really love about my Afterglow podcast is I've tried to get as many of these real recordings in that as possible in chronological order. So it will be there eventually. Oh, let's see. Been a silent lurker through many of your streams covering the case. Here's where I first learned the story. Oh, you're very welcome. Be an advocate for the dignity and death. Thank you so much. Appreciate a true example of how true crime should be covered, and especially involving children. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. One of Chad's protagonists recorded the words to a victim. I have no problem killing you. Oh, yep. I really appreciate that. And thank you for being a silent lurker. Thank you for being here. Wanted to type in your chat and personally and publicly thank you for being so gracious and amazing through something so ugly. That means a lot to me. You are very, very kind. Please stick around. Thank you. Thank you. We are here. You guys are so sweet. Thank you, Trishy and Diana. Oh, Mark McGarry, thank you very much. The judge, Susan, the judge should. Basically, he's sentencing him and they aren't going to come back. So this will be his chance. This will be Judge Boyce's chance to speak his part. And whoop, we watched what he said to Lori yesterday, and it was a little bit rough. So I expect Chad to get a rougher one. I really do. Many more instances of dreadful true to his life instance. Yep. All right. Sharon says Chad was not excommunicated. I believe he was. But I don't know. Very interested in what Judge Boyd has to say. Thank you. I don't know where we could find that out for sure about Chad being excommunicated. I know Julie Rowe was. She talks about it. And if she was, he should be. In my opinion, Chad would need to go through the church disciplinary stuff if he was to be exed. He was arrested before any of that happened. Oh, so you have to go through a disciplinary step-by-step thing before you can actually be excommunicated, but he got thrown in jail, so they can't just do it. Say it like it is. Now the end is near. Kathy, you did a great job. Your knowledge, your humor made us an amazing journey. Can't wait to see where you're bringing us next. All the best, Jamie Dublin. Thank you. I would imagine, yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like when they walked out, I was going to try to stick around and pop up a press conference if there's one. Chad's book, Prophets Do Go to His Kids, and we discovered they have the ability to go into the Kindle version and remove passages like wrong predictions and have. Yes, we did find that out. Remember, we were talking about the prediction that he put in there about the New York City Twin Towers. There was clearly some editing done because when you find the very first edition, that info isn't there. So every time when I was in Boise, except for during the early parts, but anytime something was going on, there was the press was set up right outside the steps of the courthouse. They have their tents out there. They're like shaded tents, not like full tents, like not tents you go in, but tents you go under. They're out there, and they will be out there when they all come out. So I'm sure that they're ready to. They got all their microphones ready to interview all the news stations and stuff. I'm like a hidden gem. I know that's the name of Lauren's people, but I'm like my channel. It doesn't really pop out at you. You got to do a little digging to find it.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Oh,
All right, we're back on the record on CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell, concluding the special sentencing hearing that's being conducted where the court intends to sentence the defendant on the counts in the amended indictment, including the insurance fraud counts. Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well, Mr. Bailiff, if you'd please have the jurors brought in.
Yes, Your Honor. All right, please. Freeze off, President Counter, for Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we are back on the record on CR 22-21-1623, continuing the special sentencing proceeding. The jury has returned its special verdict. The court would note that pursuant to Idaho Code 18-4004, which is the punishment for murder statute in Idaho, that crime in murder of the first degree can be punished by death. And under Idaho Code 19-2515 subsection 7A, that states that if the jury finds that a statutory aggravating circumstance exists and no mitigating circumstances exist, which would make the imposition of the death penalty unjust, the defendant will be sentenced to death by the court. The court's reviewed the findings of the jurors in the special verdict form. They've taken their time through these deliberations to return that verdict. And so the court will proceed with sentencing first on counts 1 through 6. And again, this is an unusual hearing because the sentencing hearing's already been taking place. We've heard from the victims through impact statements and arguments from counsel. That's already taken place. In addition, a pre-sentence investigation report is not to be ordered in these hearings, so the court does not reference that. The court then orders as follows, and this will be contained in the court's judgment at the conclusion of the case. As to count 1, the conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception for the murder of Tylee Ryan, upon the jury's finding of guilty and return of the special verdict form, the jury finding beyond a reasonable doubt and having returned the special verdict that the aggravating circumstances when weighed against the mitigating circumstances do not make the imposition of the death penalty unjust, the court therefore, on count one, the defendant is sentenced to death. On count two, the first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan, the jury finding beyond a reasonable doubt and having returned the special verdict that the aggravating circumstances when weighed against the mitigating circumstances do not make the imposition of the death penalty unjust, the court therefore, on count two, sentences the defendant to death. On count three, the conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception for the murder of J.J. Vallow, the jury finding beyond a reasonable doubt and having returned the special verdict that the aggravating circumstances when weighed against the mitigating circumstances do not make the imposition of the death penalty unjust. The court therefore, on count three, sentences the defendant to death. On count four, first-degree murder of J.J. Vallow, the jury finding beyond a reasonable doubt and having returned the special verdict that the aggravating circumstances when weighed against the mitigating circumstances do not make the imposition of the death penalty unjust. The court therefore, on count four, sentences the defendant to death. On count five, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell, the jury having found beyond a reasonable doubt and having returned the special verdict that the aggravating circumstances when weighed against the mitigating circumstances do not make the imposition of the death penalty unjust. The court therefore, on count five, sentences the defendant to death. On count six, the first-degree murder charge, the murder of Tammy Daybell, the jury having found beyond a reasonable doubt and returned the special verdict that the aggravating circumstances when weighed against the mitigating circumstances do not make the imposition of the death penalty unjust. The court therefore, on count six, sentences the defendant to death. The court's next going to take up counts 7 and 9 on the insurance fraud counts. Before I do that, from the state, are there any questions regarding the court's judgment as it relates to counts 1 through 6?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Questions from the defense?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, moving on to insurance fraud, then the court will note that I am required to go through a sentencing proceeding on this. These are separate counts that have not been determined in the special verdict form by the jurors. Some brief procedural history. Mr. Daybell was charged by amended indictment with counts 7 and 9 insurance fraud under Idaho Code 41293, which is a felony. Mr. Daybell pled not guilty to those counts on June 9th, 2021. Thereafter, this trial was held, and as part of the findings of the jury in their verdict, they did find the defendant guilty of both of those counts. The court has considered, in lieu of a pre-sentence investigation report, the information that I've heard throughout this trial. I also heard information regarding these charges in the previous trial held last year against co-defendant Lori Vallow. I've also heard information received during the special sentencing proceeding relating to those counts as well, and have considered that information in lieu of a pre-sentence investigation report. And I'll also note the defendant waived the pre-sentence investigation report and is permitted to do that, and the court can allow that under Criminal Rule 32A. At this time then, before I move forward with the sentencing on counts 7 and 9, I will inquire of the state, is the state wishing to make any sentencing recommendation as it relates to count 7 or 9?
And Your Honor, just for clarification, were the insurance frauds count 8 and 9?
As listed in the amended indictment, they are listed as count 7 and count 9.
Thank you. Co-counsel just clarified for me on that. Your Honor, the state is prepared to make a statement First, I would indicate for the record that in relation to the sentencing hearing, the sentencing portion handled yesterday, the state did make our best attempts to reach out to all statutory victims to allow them the opportunity to be heard by the court. And those that the court heard from yesterday were the ones that had wished to make impact statements. While not directly related to the insurance fraud, I did just want to make a clear record of that. In relation to the insurance fraud charges, in light of the sentence that has been imposed by this court and by the recommendation of the jury in relation to the other charges, the state would indicate we think that the victim statements covered everything the state could say. While the insurance charges again are attenuated to it, we've lost 3 individuals that the state can do nothing to bring them back. And so the best we can do is move forward in seeking justice on their behalves. In relation to the insurance counts themselves, given the sentences, we would recommend this court impose jail time and have that, or prison time, impose a sentence and run it concurrent with the imposition of the other sentence by this court. I believe they carry up to 15 years in prison. We'd recommend they run concurrent with each other and with the imposition of death in this case. We would also recommend restitution in the amount of $130,000 to LifeMap and $300,000 to Primerica. As part of that, we would also recommend a waiver of any fines or court costs in this matter in order to allow restitution to be paid if any money is available to go towards that.
All right, thank you for the state sentencing recommendations. Mr. Pryor, does the defense wish to make sentencing recommendations as to, I'll do them collectively, counts 7 and 9, the insurance fraud counts?
No, Judge, there's nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, is there any objection to the requested restitution amounts of 130,000 and 300,000?
Judge, we may need to set that out at this point, but I'll let the court know if that changes.
All right, I'll permit 30 days for the scheduling of a contested hearing on restitution. If that becomes an issue, we could conduct that hearing most likely remotely on a Zoom hearing if it becomes an issue. At this time, I will ask, because I need to on these counts, before I impose any sentence, Mr. Daybell, you do have the right of allocution, which permits you to make a statement on your own behalf in any mitigation of these offenses. Is there any statement you would like to make before I proceed with sentencing on those counts?
No.
Very well. The court then, having considered the information previously referenced, finds that pursuant to Idaho Code 41293, which under subsection 4 indicates a penalty of up to 15 years of prison. On each of those 2 counts, the court is going to impose a prison sentence of 15 years. So a 15-year sentence will be imposed on count 7. The court will take under advisement the issue of restitution requested by the state. The court will not impose any fines. The court also will impose a 15-year prison sentence on count 9. Also pursuant to the same statute, take under advisement the issue of restitution. The court will note in imposing these prison sentences that I have reviewed Idaho Code 192521, which requires me to go through certain criteria about the imposition of a prison sentence versus a possibility of parole or a lesser sentence. And I would note that the rationale for the prison sentences is that these are intertwined with the murder charges for which the death penalty has been imposed on those counts. And when the court looks at the sentencing factors under 1925-21, I would note in mitigation that Mr. Daybell has been incarcerated an extensively long time in local jail and has a previous law-abiding history, and I have considered that. I've also considered that he's always conducted himself respectfully, from what I've heard from all of the jailers that have ever interacted with him over the years that he's been incarcerated for these charges. However, the court finds under Idaho Code 2521 also that any lesser sentence would depreciate the seriousness of these offenses because this life insurance was obtained based on the murders of individuals and procuring life insurance payouts unlawfully. And because of that, it's the most serious of offense, that circumstance that could lead to that. In addition, imprisonment will provide an appropriate punishment and deterrent for the defendant and others, and will also be a deterrent for the community as well. So the court having then concluded with the sentencing on that, I will not order any fines because the defendant's previously been deemed indigent and has received the death penalty on these murder counts, and find it would be futile to have an order of fines in the case. So with those remarks, then the court typically would address the defendant further, but in the special sentencing proceeding, the victim impact statements and the evidence has already demonstrated on the record, I think, the seriousness of what's occurred. And I don't find any reason to further delve into the court's rationale other than what was listed in the statute. So unless there's anything further, that will conclude the sentencing, but I will address the post-conviction issues that need to be addressed at this time. Does the state have anything further then on the sentence and count 7 and count 9?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything further from the defense?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Daybell, in this case, given the sentence that was imposed in counts 1 through 6, there's a special appellate and post-conviction procedure for capital cases, and an automatic stay may be in effect. There's a statute that's Idaho Code 192719 that sets out certain deadlines. I am providing you and counsel with a courtesy copy of that statute, but I will note a few of the deadlines that are listed in there. Under subsection 1, when the punishment of death is imposed, the time for filing an appeal shall begin to run when the death warrant is filed. Number 2, the death warrant shall not be filed until 42 days after the judgment imposing the death sentence has been filed. Number 3, within 42 days of the filing of the judgment imposing the punishment of death, the defendant must file any legal or factual challenges to the sentence of conviction. There's other important and critical deadlines that are contained within that statute, and I am going to provide a copy of that to Mr. Pryor to ensure that the defense is well advised of those post-conviction rights that would apply in this special proceeding. I'll also note that there's an additional rule, Idaho criminal rule. If you'll give me a moment, I think it's 44.2. Criminal Rule 44.2, and that's the mandatory appointment of counsel for post-conviction review after imposition of the death penalty. That rule is also applicable in your case, and a copy of the rule itself is going to be provided to you and counsel to ensure that you're well aware of any post-conviction rights you may have. With that, then, the court is going to conclude the special sentencing proceeding. Is there anything further I need to take up from the state?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything further from the defense?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone for your abiding by the court's courtroom conduct order. We'll be in recess.
All right. Thank you.
I'm mildly disappointed that Judge Boyce isn't speaking. I'm going to see if there's any live outside of the courtroom. Hold on one second. Should be. No, not that one. Let's see. Press conference. Trying to find. Let's just go to their East Idaho News channel or KS, whatever. If I was Boyce, I'd be tired of these people for sure. Let's see. Okay. Are they live? Okay, they are still live. They just haven't flipped over to outside yet. Live press conference. Oh, here we go. Okay. Let me share the screen. I got it. Who says Larry's going to come and talk? Anyone want to vote? I would like to hear from Kay, actually, this time. She didn't say anything lately. That makes sense, Stacy. Judge spoke to Lori as to why he chose life with patrol. In this case, he didn't need, it's already a done deal. Yeah. I agree. I get it. I was just wanting to hear something. Makes for good content. Come on, you guys. I know. I want to hear from a juror too. I wonder if any of them will stop in. Probably not. They're probably tired right now, but never know. They all should be coming out here any second. This is a live feed. Why did Lori get or Chad get the death penalty? Because Lori did not. It was a clerical error from the state that they had to take the death penalty off the table for Lori. Unfortunately, she should have gotten it. She deserved it just as much. I know. I wanted him to tell him off too. You know what? No, but we don't care if Chad was over. Do we care? We don't care. Do you really, Cloud? I would like to know if World Alliance of Bible Believers, does anyone know if Chad will have an opportunity to talk or write for Lori? I think now that they're convicted, are they allowed to talk to each other? I mean, or not talk, but write letters maybe? We got to keep an eye on that, Kathy S. Potato should be very worried about how fast he would be shipped right from court to intake at New Jeffro. So where is he going? Where are the inmates on death row in Idaho housed? Okay, as of November 2023, 7 of Idaho's 8 death row inmates were housed at the Idaho Maximum Security, IMSI, near Kuna, Idaho. IMSI is part of the South Boise Prison Complex, which also includes the Idaho State Correctional Center
the South Boise Women's Correctional Center, and other facilities. IMSI also has an execution chamber. IMSI houses Idaho's death row for men and execution chamber. The IMSI prison was opened in November of 1989 to confine Idaho's most violent offenders. The compound is located within a double perimeter fence reinforced with razor wire, an electronic detection system, and a 24-hour armed perimeter patrol. There's only 8 people on death row in Idaho? Wow, Chad. You just made history, buddy. Weirdo. State prison leadership is exploring changes to their lethal injection protocols in the wake of their failed attempt in February to execute. They made that failed attempt. Breach, who is one of 8 prisoners on Idaho's death row. They're condemned to solitary for life, a kind of death before dying. Death row prisoners are housed alone in tiny cells ranging from just 36 square feet to a little more than 100 square feet. Most are the size of an average bathroom. Oh my God, I would have claustrophobia. So this guy Creech was arrested in 1974. He and a girlfriend were hitchhiking in Idaho when they were picked up by 2 painters, Thomas Arnold and John Bradford. Creech shot both men to death, and the girlfriend cooperated with authorities. While in custody, Creech confessed to a number of other killings. Well, that's interesting. But his death attempt at killing or taking his life on death row, there was some kind of screw up. What happened with the lethal injection? What was it? Did the IV infiltrate? I'd like to know what happened. What drug was used in Idaho's unsuccessful education and Idaho's longest death row inmate? Phenobarbital. Okay. 7 investigates received public records showing the state bought the drug phenobarbital to carry out the execution by lethal injection. So what happened? Eight attempts, the medical team was unable to establish a viable vein. Oh my God. They couldn't get a vein? You've got to be kidding me. Dude, I could have found a vein, I promise you. That's crazy. Yeah, just found that. Believe me, I would have been able to find a vein. I'm a good IV starter. I'm not excellent, but I'm good. And I guarantee you I could have found a vein. I don't care where it was. I would have found them. There's plenty. When you're ready. Although as a drug user, an IV drug user, and everything was all screwed up. I mean, people are hard sticks, but there has never been.
Keeping up with East Idaho News, we just came down from the last hearing of the sentencing phase. Judge Boyce did officially sentence Chad Daybell to death for counts 1 through 6 on the indictment. For the last 2 counts of insurance fraud, Chad was sentenced to 15 years in prison for each of them, plus over $300,000 for the life insurance money that was taken when Tammy and the children, when Tammy was killed during her life insurance policy situation. I'm here with Sarah. Sarah has been here for so much of the trial, right? Tell me how long that you were here watching this trial.
I came to 2 days during jury selection that week. And then since then, I think I've missed out of the full, like when the jury was like impaneled, I think I missed maybe 7 or 8 days total of all the weeks.
Out of 9 weeks. That's a lot. So what made you so interested that you had to be here for it?
Well, I just find it compelling to listen to these like real life stories and see them play out online. And I think that just any average like human with like an average amount of empathy is probably feels like compelled by just what is happening. And just if you're here and you're able to go, I was lucky enough to be able to go. I just felt like it was a once in a lifetime opportunity.
Right. And Sarah was up there with me waiting for the whole verdict. I think there was probably like 20 something people up there just waiting, including media and the public. And we waited around 5 hours for this second sentencing verdict. Are you surprised by the verdict that he got the death penalty and not life in prison?
If you asked me that before the witness impact statements, I think I would have said yes, especially having heard what the people that got impaneled said in their voir dires. But after listening to the witness impact statements and just how I felt, and then watching the jury and getting kind of a feel for sort of the vibe they put off the whole trial, their vibe to me felt very disgusted. There was a lot of disgust and just sort of like fed up, and you could tell they felt for the witnesses that were giving their victims that were giving their statements. And so after that, I was leaning towards thinking they were going to vote for death.
Right. I think a lot of us were kind of on the fence about what was going to happen. And a lot of us thought that the sentencing verdict was going to be quicker than the guilty verdict. And it ended up being about 1 or 2 hours longer, I think. And so it was an interesting time. And I guess we'll see what happens from here. Right now, we're waiting for the prosecutors. We heard they're going to come out and try to do a press conference, and we will carry that live. And stay watching. Thank you.
All right. As far as the IV thing goes, what happens to people that go in the hospital that need an IV and they are a hard stick? They get one. I don't know who is at the jail, but I've started IVs on people that are addicts with almost no veins. I started dehydration. That's not that hard to start an IV. You can find a vein. Plus you can hydrate them and then you can find a vein. So there's ways. I'm just saying, it seems awful bizarre that that was the reason that they couldn't put the guy to death, and he's still alive right now, is because they couldn't get a vein. Just seems very strange to me. So if you went into the hospital right now and you were an IV addict and you needed an IV really, really bad, would they just let you die because they can't start an IV? No. There's, they can get anesthesia to start it. There's things you can do. So I'm just saying, I think it's a pretty bizarre reason they couldn't put him to death is because they couldn't start on it. 8 attempts. Keep trying. But I use 18 gauge needles, which are huge, and I can start IVs. I pretty much for 14 years straight, every day at work, started more than one IV a day. So I'm experienced at it. I don't know how many IVs the people at the jail start a day. Right, Trishy? There's ways. There's central lines. I don't know. Where I work right now, it's not a floor that starts a lot of IVs, but I can start IV there. I haven't, literally the other day, I hadn't started IV in several years, and I started one, no problem. So there is an art to it for sure. And you need to be practiced. You have to have done it over and over and over and over again. Sometimes they blow, sometimes they infiltrate. I can't imagine they needed a very big needle. Doctors do executions. I would not want to be the one. True. I would not. Well, I could start the IV. I just won't be the one to push the phenobarbital. I ain't doing the murder. You know what I mean? Anyway, it's just a random thing that as I was looking that up, that's the reason that he didn't get put to death. There's PICC line nurses that are experienced in that. I don't know.
those in and out doors, oh, they're so weird. They're just those like random, like constantly going circle doors. I think those are for the cold, right? Hand warmers and hydration work. Vein warmers. You can poof off a vein with some heat. Often we start two, especially if they're going to be at risk for having bleeding or needing blood. Thank you, PLM, for acknowledging that. Yes, there were some very kind and generous donations today on my PayPal, and I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you. Thank you. Chad's current probation changes up right now. You did. I think those revolving doors you see mostly in places where it's cold, because like those security, their little security line is right on the other side of those doors, the belt with the x-ray machine. And clearly, like the people that are working at it would be really cold in the winter with those doors opening and closing all the time. So I think that that's what those doors are for. Do you think Pryor will speak? Oh, good question. I would like for him to speak. He would get stuck in the revolving doors. Really. You better be good, Cloud. You better be good. We don't want to have to come bail you out or come visit you or write you letters. Oh, that was the reason they removed him? Interesting, Gayla. Fire David is all. Yeah, I'm telling you, I would allow him to go hop a plane right now to a tropical island and sip on a pina colada at the beach. I think he deserves it. Who was saying in the chat a little bit ago that they feel like who was saying a little bit ago at the chat that they feel like Chad and Pryor are kind of standoffish today. I think I do agree with that. DC Babos, Chad has been sentenced to death row. The jurors are gone. Over. Off to death row for him. Pryor's filling out the eviction notice for owner's removal as we speak. Yeah, somebody keep an eye on that. See if that house goes up for sale. I'd love to see if they put it on Zillow with the pictures, current pictures, or like, you know. So Pryor bought his house, yes. The kids took cash into their own accounts. How fast can insurance company lawyers get on that to try to get it back for what was stolen from two policies? Yeah. I don't have any money though, so I don't know. You can't get blood from a turnip kind of thing, right? They are acting distant. Usually they thank the jurors and tell them that they can or don't have to speak to public. Yeah, it says they're in like, well, they're basically in isolation for the rest of their lives. I guess Chad will be reading lots of books and writing lots of books that nobody cares about. should start seeing people come out. I'm sure that courthouse isn't open, like regularly open right now. Everybody's mingling in the hallway upstairs on the 4th floor. Or they're sneaking out the sag. Emma gets kicked to the curb. I think so too. Pryor's going to be like, I got to get my money back here now. Now that I just worked for free. More Jeopardy music, waiting for people to come out and speak. Do, 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 do. Yeah, it is. Stacy, huh? Disgusting that Pryor was paid with Tammy's blood money. Horrible. Oh yeah, Matt and William Price live across the street. Pryor doesn't need Emma's testimony anymore. We should tear down the murder house and open Tammy's garden. Oh, what the hell, man? Sorry. Let's see what's going on here. Should we go to another channel? What happened to their live feed? I feel like if I start looking for something else, it's going to come back. Oh, I knew it. Seems I went to look for something else. Well, I just want to see this press conference. Let's see that. I don't understand why Lori's parents, grandparents of the children didn't show up for them. That speaks volumes to me. Those were their grandchildren. I know. Horrible. Sad. I'm proud of Colby. Way more proud of Colby than any of Chad's kids could ever be. They're all just brainwashed nincompoops. Riddance to Potato Head. Hope every day is just filled with nothing. Absolutely nothing. Where's the veil now? Closet, portal, pickup. Maybe they would want to buy the house and tear it down for pasture land or for cows. Otherwise, Pryor should try sell government for park or duck wetland or something. Yeah, I agree. Like a memorial park or something. There still could be some. What the heck? Oh, something else came up. Get out of here. We don't need that. Goodbye. Okay. Have another channel watching old stuff. Yeah. Colby really came through. He faced his mom. He faced Chad. He showed up for the verdict. Sherry's news. Mr. Pryor owns the house and property with Chad's kids were renting. I do believe now Pryor will sell the house and property as made no dollars in defending Chad. Yeah, I agree. There's no reason to keep that house. Pryor lives over in Boise anyway, right? Boise side of the country or state. But I think that all got dropped, Annabelle. Pryor and his wife are expecting a baby, a little boy. They're back together. I agree. Summer's in Crime Con. I just think that's so weird when all this is going on. Oh, Ruby, thank you for gifting memberships. That's so sweet of you. So if you guys get a random membership to Left Undone, Ruby just donated. Like a Memorial Park cloud, you wouldn't like that? Better than a evil house sitting on it, as far as I can say. Something that brings good instead of evil. Where is everybody? How come it's taking so long to get out of the courtroom? Yeah, Kelsey and him are both in court today. All right, here comes the prosecution team. Comes the applause. Here comes the police officers. Here comes the press conference. Kathy will be quiet.
Almost 5 years ago, the communities of Fremont and Madison County lost three wonderful human beings, Tylee Ryan, JJ Vallow, and Tammy Daybell. As a Fremont prosecutor on this case, this has been a hard-fought battle for both the prosecution team and for the law enforcement agencies that worked tirelessly on this case and never gave up hope. This has been a tough case because of its complexity, both in telling the story of an investigation that spanned years and trying to figure out the best way to present it in a way that would make sense to others. As a prosecutor, I try a lot of criminal cases, but for me, as a new mom, the details of this one just hit differently, and I can't imagine the family's pain. I cannot express enough both my and Fremont County's deep appreciation, gratitude, and admiration for all those who have played a role in seeking and ultimately obtaining justice for the victims in this case. This case has been about speaking for and seeking justice for the lives of three wonderful humans whose lives were cut way too short by the selfish desires of the defendant and his co-defendant, Lori Vallow. We are pleased with the outcome and that justice has been served for the victims in this case. This has been a collective effort between multiple agencies working in collaboration to see this case through for the victims and their families. There are so many people who have been involved and helped behind the scenes, and every last one of them has been instrumental in obtaining justice. When I came into office in 2021, after discussing the case with others in Fremont County and collaborating with the Fremont County Sheriff's Office, a decision was made to bring the case back to Fremont County because we felt strongly the case of JJ Vallow, Tylee Ryan, and Tammy Daybell should be combined and tried together. You heard from some of the victims' families how these three have been intertwined forever. The Fremont County Sheriff's Office was instrumental in the decision and support of the prosecutor's office in making that difficult decision. I cannot express enough Fremont County's gratitude to Rob Wood and the Madison County Prosecutor's Office. They started this case looking into the whereabouts of JJ and Tylee. Then when the children's remains were discovered, Rob Wood stepped in without hesitation when my predecessor requested he take the case as a special prosecutor, and then ultimately agreed to combine resources to pursue justice for the victims in this case. A special thanks to Fremont County Deputy Prosecutors Rocky Wixom and Tanya Rawlings for their dedication and efforts in both this case and the case against Lori Vallow. The Attorney General's office in first taking on the prosecution of the murder of Tammy, and then by their agreement to allow us to have Deputy Attorney General Ingrid Beatty join the prosecution team. The FBI for stepping in without hesitation when the children were missing, with their extensive experience and their resources, and continuing to see this case through to the end. The Rexburg Police Department for starting the investigation into the whereabouts of JJ and Tylee, and then never giving up the search. The Fremont County Sheriff's Office for their tenaciousness in pursuing the investigation into the death of Tammy Daybell.
Arizona law enforcement for sharing everything they had uncovered and their willingness to come to testify in the cases here in Idaho. This became a joint investigation, a joint effort to find the children, and then ultimately to seek justice on their behalf. I've been absolutely amazed and astounded at the level of investigation, professionalism of the officers involved, and the camaraderie that has been formed. I tell them all the time, they make my job a lot easier. We extend our support to Arizona in their continued pursuit of justice for the additional victims, Charles Vallow and Brandon Boudreaux. We also extend our immense gratitude to the jurors in this case who didn't sign up for this difficult process, but agreed to perform their civic duty. And in rendering this verdict, we hope the victims and survivors of Chad Daybell know that the community as a whole does not tolerate the loss of 3 precious and irreplaceable human beings. We are hopeful that those who have been involved and affected by this case and the actions of the defendant and his co-conspirators can now begin to heal.
Four and a half years ago, Detective Ray Hermosillo walked into our office needing a warrant for what started as a simple search for a Jeep to help an investigation in Chandler, Arizona. This soon turned into a search for 2 young children, Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow. That investigation merged with the death of Tammy Daybell. Very quickly, multiple law enforcement agencies and prosecutors' offices began working together diligently to find those missing children and determine what happened. Realizing the children's last residence was in Madison County, we began a child protection action to bring the children to safety. When it was clear that Lori Vallow Daybell and Chad Daybell had no interest in helping us locate Tylee and JJ, we took further action in filing charges against Lori and extradited her from Hawaii. The search for Tylee and JJ was nonstop. Every stone was unturned through the diligent team efforts of the Rexburg Police Department, Fremont County Sheriff's Office, the Idaho Attorney General investigators, the FBI, Chandler and Gilbert Police Departments. The willingness of so many different law enforcement agencies to work together and pool resources to obtain justice for these victims is unprecedented. All of these agencies work together with the single goal of justice in mind, and we cannot thank them enough. From the Madison County Prosecutor's Office, we are so grateful for the working relationship and partnership we've had with Lindsay Blake and everyone at the Fremont County Prosecutor's Office in obtaining justice, both in this trial and the trial against Lori Vallow. That includes not only Lindsay, her deputies Tanya Rawling, Rocky Wixom, and all their help staff. I'd also like to thank Ingrid Beatty for being here with us and the Attorney General for allowing her to work with us. And I want to say that Lindsay Blake's dedication to each of the victims in this case has been unwavering. Her willingness to take on this case when she took office, when she didn't have to, was absolutely courageous. It has been an honor to work with her. And I'd also like to thank members of the Madison County Prosecutor's Office who've helped on this case, prosecutors Spencer Rammel, Mackenzie Cole, and Rachel Smith, who've helped on this case. Today, justice was served for Tylee, JJ, and Tammy. 3 innocent victims whose lives were tragically cut short by the selfish and cruel actions of Chad and Lori Daybell, who embarked on a path of destruction that irrevocably altered the lives of countless families and countless individuals. While nothing can undo the immense harm caused, we have worked tirelessly to secure a measure of justice for Tylee, JJ, and Tammy. This week, a diligent and attentive Ada County jury carefully considered the evidence and presented and returned a verdict of guilty on all counts. Last year, an Ada County jury did that for Lori Vallow Daybell as well. Pursuing justice in this case required the unwavering dedication of a large team of public servants who have devoted the last 4.5 years to ensuring we had the evidence to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Again, we extend our deepest gratitude to all the committed law enforcement professionals from these agencies who have made tremendous personal sacrifices in the face of an emotionally and physically challenging case. We are indebted to them for their service. We also want to applaud the incredible strength and resilience of the victims and family members who, despite unimaginable grief, have stood with us these past 4.5 years in our pursuit of the truth. Their support has been invaluable. To all those who held Tylee, JJ, and Tammy in their hearts, we hope these verdicts bring a measure of healing and closure, and may the memory of Tylee, JJ, and Tammy continue to be a blessing to all who knew and loved them. Thank you.
Take a few questions. If anybody has some questions, you can ask questions if you want.
Go ahead.
I think every attorney handles it a little bit different, and probably every investigator. I think a lot of times there's things that go on behind the scenes that nobody ever gets to see. Everyone compartmentalizes it different or comes up with some form of therapy or stress relief to deal with it. But I think I can speak for everyone that obviously there is an impact. You get to know the victims. You learn so much about their history and their lives that it's like you knew them in life sometimes. And when you hear their families and friends talk about them and they really bring them to life for you, absolutely there's an impact. But I also think that impact then just spurs you on to fight even harder to make sure that we secure justice.
Another question? Yes.
I believe the fact that those jurors unanimously found every aggravating factor speaks for itself in terms of its appropriateness, and I'll leave that at that. I don't think we're going to talk about that. We're not going to talk about that today.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. What has it been like working with the victims' families and knowing that that's what people do today, and that I noticed a lot of them working members, of this entire team.
Both say something. Yeah, you say something else.
So I think Rob and I will both answer this one. Working with the victims' families, it can always be a bit of a challenge because you want to ensure that you're getting them information that they're entitled to and that you're taking into account their concerns, what they want to see happen with the case, and that their rights as victims are being upheld. In this particular case, I think the victims' families have been fantastic to work with. We've tried to make ourselves available, meet with them whenever they have questions, and keep them as informed as possible. I think you heard at times, sometimes unfortunately, they learned of things before we were able to reach out to them, and that can always be a challenge as well. But working with them, getting to know them, hearing the stories about their loved ones, hearing the good memories, hearing them bring the victim to life has been an incredible experience. I think we've enjoyed a good working relationship with all the victims in this case.
I second everything Lindsay just said, and I would also just say that these cases are hard. They're really hard to do, and the victims are just such a motivating factor, I think, for everybody involved, for law enforcement, for the prosecution office. Their dedication to their loved ones is so important, and we just really appreciate their patience with us, their willingness to work with us. They have been truly, to me, I think to Lindsay, to everybody, very inspirational. Ask that in a couple of years and we'll see.
I mean, it feels great. We worked as a team tirelessly for 4 years. Not just myself; it was a collaborative effort. I have a great team. We worked with several different agencies, so it's a team effort. But I think we're all feeling the exact same thing, which is just relief. We're glad it's done. We got justice for JJ, Tammy, and Tylee, so that's what counts. I would say hundreds. Yeah, hundreds of people, hundreds of hours. So it's a relief. Thank you.
We technically had 7 law enforcement agencies, not including the prosecutors, over 3 different states and maybe even more, but 7 law enforcement agencies. All right, anybody else? All right, thank you all so much. We really appreciate it. Thank you all for everything.
Stick around and see if anybody else. I mean, if Larry, Colby, anybody comes out. I think they probably coordinated it. But anything come out first. Maybe prior. Maybe not. I'll see you in a minute. Remember, MCO was labeled dark. Lucky he's still here. Here's Larry sitting back there on the rock. There's Colby, had a backpack on right there. Oh, Colby's gonna talk. Kelsey, yeah, she's pregnant.
It's a weird feeling. You never wish harm on anybody, regardless of what they've done to you. But at the end of the day, it's good that he can't hurt anybody else, and that's what matters. So that's really my feelings on that. I can't say I was surprised. It felt like something that made sense, but I can't say that I feel good about it. But it does feel good to know that it feels like things are concluded, if that makes sense. It was hard. I didn't expect to have the reaction I did. I tried to just read through it. But when you're there and you're sitting there and he's right there, it just brought everything out that I've been feeling. It was really hard to say what I needed to, but a part of me feels a lot more healed, and spending time with everybody here, it feels like a healing I couldn't have imagined. If that makes any sense, but yeah. Yeah, that's a good question. I think the number one thing is focus on healing. I think this concludes this chapter of this part. we have to live with the fact that we're not going to have the people we love in our lives anymore. But I want to honor them by how I live. And at some point, I want to tell their stories and tell you guys who my family was, and honor them the best that I possibly can. I feel like through this whole process, it's hard because you're so up and down emotionally. I feel like I wanted to make them proud, and I feel like that I made them smile a couple times. I would hope so. Thank you. It is good news. This is the best justice we can possibly get, and again, it doesn't change the outcome, but it is good news, and it brings closure for everybody that's been hurt. So that's the good news. Yeah, thank you guys.
Hello, everybody. Yeah, it's me. I'm Vicki. Thank you so much for all of your wonderful coverage. My fear in all of this to begin with was that Tammy would be a little bit forgotten because, as we all know, finding 2 children brutally murdered in somebody's yard that you know and love is devastating. But finding out that Tammy was a victim as well. And I just, with all due respect to the kids, I couldn't imagine her being a little bit lost in the mix. So it was important for me as her aunt to be here. Her mom passed last year, and those were the last years of her life, knowing that her daughter had been murdered. So today is a sweet justice for us, for myself and my immediate family. There's just, it's hard to express. I was just talking to Larry, and we were talking about there's a little bit of sadness in us now because we've built a family together here, supporting our families. We love each other like family. Our relationship will never end. But we got justice for our loved ones, and that was always what this was about, getting justice for them. This wasn't about us. It wasn't about anything other than getting justice for those that we love. And the prosecution, the detectives, I can't say enough about them. I feel like they got a gift from those detectives. They worked so hard. They didn't count their hours. They were incredibly important to the effort that went on here. And I think that they gave it up to capable hands who were able at the end to present it to the people of the jury and have it all make sense, because it was a crazy, convoluted case. And with a lot of just crazy religious creations and different things. But we're going to be forever grateful to these people. They're amazing. Even the people that came out to court every day and would stand at 6 o'clock in the morning to try and get in and support our families and just be here. We're thankful to them. We felt their prayers. All of you who have been here from the beginning and just praying for our families, we feel that. So thank you to everybody. Thank you for Judge Boyce. That guy is amazing. We need people like him on the Supreme Court. He is the most fair, judicious person I've ever seen in my life. And I actually like to watch court on TV. So there you go. But yeah, we just send our love. We're appreciative as a family. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jason Gwilliam. I am Tammy Daybell's brother-in-law. Samantha is my wife. Samantha is Tammy's sister. And we just wanted to thank everybody that was involved in this. We want to thank the law enforcement that did a absolute phenomenal job with what they did. Want to thank the special prosecution teams, the people that we have met. The hardest part I think about all of this is our family has lost a brother. But in the process of it, we've almost gained an entire family, and that can't be replaced. We've gained Tylee, JJ's family. We've just met a lot of wonderful people through this entire process. It's been a difficult one, but we appreciate your respect. We appreciate your help in getting this covered and getting this out there to the world. It's been a challenging trial, and there's been a lot of blood, sweat, and tears put into this, and we really appreciate everybody's help. We do have a prepared statement that I want to go ahead and read at this time. This comes from the family. Go ahead and get to this. It just says that we want to thank everyone who put in the countless hours of work to get where we are today, the law enforcement, prosecution, the media, and all of you who watched, listened to the trial, and prayed for us. We are grateful for the relationships we have created through this horrible time, the support and love that we're able to give each other. And we also want to thank Aunt Vicky, who was here sitting in court almost every day when those of us weren't able to get here. That took a lot of strength from her to do that. We can all start to heal from this terrible loss we've suffered. We'll miss Tammy every single day of our lives, though we do have some comfort knowing that we will see her again someday. If you've been touched at all by Tammy and would like to support the foundation, we do have a foundation for her. It's the Tammy Douglas Daybell Foundation. It's been designed to put books in the hands of children and to increase literacy. So please consider donating to the Tammy Douglas Daybell Foundation. And we thank you guys for everything that you have done and all the support that you have given us as we try to pick up the pieces and move forward. So thank you very much.
I did want to personally just take a moment and thank everybody that was involved. First off, the prosecution team, who from the very beginning has just been incredible to work with, and supporting our family. I also wanted to take time to say thank you to Judge Boyce for not just this trial, but for both trials, for everything that he did in his service. As a victim, we were given a chance to write our statements, and as we did so, we were limited by specific statutes, understandably so. But it makes it very difficult as a victim sometimes then for us to actually say the things that we wanted to say. I wanted to take a moment. There was some things that, as I was going back and forth with a part of our team, our wonderful victim impact coordinator, Paula, she helped me refine the statement, but ultimately I had to take this out because of, obviously, like I was saying, the statutes, but I wanted to take a moment and read this. It was a statement that was directed directly to the jury itself. To you, the jury, I wish I could easily say that everything I think or desire to say about Chad, or specifically the impact of his actions and to us impacted in the aftermath, was easy and clean. It's not. I'm not here to pontificate on who he was or may not be. I certainly have those opinions, and I'm entitled to them, but they have no bearing here in this setting with a decision that lays here before you. If I was still the man of God that I was even a few years ago, I'd easily know the words to offer you all in making what you feel is the appropriate decision. Instead, standing here, I'd say to all of you, may you find it in the universe, the earth, or whichever god, gods, or goddesses you may offer prayers, meditations, or if you're agnostic or atheist, you find it in yourselves. To be true to yourselves and do what is right or just. I offer my sincere gratitude to you as a family member of a victim. Thank you for your time and your selfless sacrifice. I hope you all know how much it means to someone in our position. I always thought I understood and appreciated our legal system and the specific role the jury of our peers played until being put into this unique position. Truly, thank you. I hope that you all are able to get the necessary support and therapy that you may need to process what you've seen or heard. Living it for myself and for all of us who are victims. It has been burden enough. Please do not carry that burden for us on your heart. Thank you.
Okay, can everybody hear me? We got terrible noise behind us. I wish they'd have turned the fountain off. Everybody has spoken so eloquently.
Can y'all hear him?
As we were leaving the courthouse, the courtroom, Kay asked me, she said, it's over. And I got sad. Justice has been carried out for everybody involved in this. What made me sad was for all of y'all. You're our family. We have gone through a tragedy, from the judge who's had to endure this every day, to our friends in law enforcement. We're now brothers. I have so much respect for y'all. For this courthouse, we saw justice, equal, honest, and righteous. I look at the faces, and I'm going to tell y'all, I'm going to miss you. Not because I want to be in front of this camera. I did not choose this. It chose us. I'm going to miss y'all. There's a few people. Lauren, Dr. John, how would we have made it without you? Janine, Clint, how they have carried us through this. They have been our eyes, our ears, and our hearts here. Rexburg is a beautiful town. Boise is a beautiful town. Idaho is a magnificent state. They don't deserve this blemish. Kay and I have often spoke. How would it have been different if we were in New York, if we were in California? How would it have been different? Every day, I want to get up. I want to be here for justice, but for y'all. Y'all have all given a lot. The media has been amazing, and I want to personally thank you. My wife, my beautiful wife, my rock. We thank you. I hate to say goodbye. I truly mean that. It's not goodbye. It's until we meet again. So, as I said a long time ago, turn out the lights. The party's over. They say that all good things must end. Let's just call it a night. Thank y'all.
I'm going to say a few things.
Go ahead. Now y'all will get a real speech.
No, just this will be short and sweet, I promise. I want to thank everyone here, everybody that's watching, all the support, the emails, the texts, the messages, all these things we get, social media. Everybody's support is how we have gotten through this. And, you know, we're not through yet. So we're very grateful for all of you. And we really wouldn't have made it through this without y'all. And I want to thank y'all. And there was one, oh, I know what? I'll see y'all in Arizona. That's where we'll be next. Y'all have a good day.
Anybody else? Prior? Jurors? Probably not jurors. Probably not prior. They haven't shut it down yet, though. That one woman is kind of coordinating everything. The blonde that was out. I guess that's it. They're shutting it down. All righty then. Appears that they're shutting it down. You could probably follow Kresha's channel. They pop on there, and Kresha is Kay's daughter. Difficult Research. Good place to follow because Kay and Larry do come on there from time to time, and Kresha has a channel. Probably, I got to pay bills today. Yesterday was payday. No pool yet. Maybe later. Poor Kay. She lost a beloved brother and a grandchild. Lost 2 brothers through accidents, tragedy. We cannot imagine losing them like this. Unreal, right? Thoughts are with her right now. So sad. Thank you, everyone. Okie dokie. Well, I guess I'll give you guys your Saturday back. We've already, goodness gracious, it's 12:30 here, so it's been a long morning, afternoon now. I appreciate you, Diana. Thank you, Diane. Yes, PLM, I want to say, she says, I want to say a huge thank you to all of you with your insightful, interesting, funny, and respectful comments at Left Undone. Thank you, guys. You guys are amazing. We have a great community here. I hope you stick around. If you found us during this case, I really do hope you stick around. Thank you, Gayla. I got a lot of my OGs here, but everyone is welcome. Made it so much easier to watch this horrible case. Yes, this community has been amazing. So everyone, stick around. We'll be back. We'll be following. We're going to keep up with Lori Vallow Daybell, Arizona case. I'm looking forward to maybe Chad will get some charges there. That would be amazing. And it's not over, like Larry said. It's not over. Kay says we'll see you in Arizona, and we will see them in Arizona for sure. I plan to go. It's not that far from me at all. Thank you, Flash Fan, everyone. All right, you guys, I'm going to go get my bills done. Yes, and the Tammy Douglas Daybell Foundation. If you feel like donating to something, that would be an incredible place to start. Okay? All right, you guys, have a great Saturday and Sunday, and I'll see you soon. For sure, we'll do something next weekend and pop in when we can. So I'll get my ducks in a row, and we'll get this figured out with members and with you guys all. Okay? Bye, everyone. Stay safe and stay well, okay? Bye-bye.